Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Aside Ochame Kwame, who else have you?
And then now I have like Family on, but even having Family on,
hey, do you think now you have blown?
Oh, still crowd, but we just dropped. The funny thing is we just dropped something, so we are yet to see. That was the first time it has happened to me. I was just blown away by the fact that I paid no money to trend, and I was trending for like 1 week.
What are some of the comments?
Or buying him ding ding. Yes.
Would you say that's like the tangent you are going, either than the following the regular Afrobeat genre?
The thing is, each individual have their unique fingerprints, but sometimes because we want to follow something, so we tend to bend and try and do things that other people are doing.
Did you ever regret it? Your comments?
No, that's me. I can't regret who I am. Do you understand?
Implemented to the fullest. Now, deriving from the high-level panel, Ghana has been able to set up a sustainable oceans plan working group, which is based in the office of the SDGs, in the office of the President, to deliver a plan for Ghana by 2025. This we are working on very seriously. In my presentation, I'll give you an outline first of the presentation that I'm going to make to you, and say that we are deriving a lot of inspiration from the high-level panel to deliver this plan to Ghana. Now, the objectives of our plan deriving from the high-level panel is: 1, to enhance humanity's relationship with the ocean, harness the latest ocean technologies and knowledge available, and working with diverse stakeholders to prepare this plan. We also aim at bridging the gap between ocean health and ocean wealth, and also develop a sustainable action agenda that will transition us to an ocean economy. The high-level panel has as the pillar to deliver 100% protection of our ocean. And if you listen to Mr. Teleki, he talks about the 3 Ps: protect, produce, and prosperity. And that is what we aim to present to Ghana by 2025, and subsequently how we implement this plan. At the recent summit in Canada, Ghana also committed to protecting 30% of the ocean by 2030. And the question we ask ourselves, how much of the ocean space have we protected so far? So, why should we have a sustainable ocean plan? It is to optimize the benefits from the various uses of the ocean, whilst balancing economic, social, and environmental imperatives. Two, to map out the marine space for competing uses and designate potential marine protected areas, the so-called marine spatial planning. And thirdly, to create awareness that builds also the capacity of management institutions to manage the ocean resources very well. Now, the Ghana SOP will, among others, provide a framework to reasonable growth of the ocean economy, and two, to describe policies and mechanisms that facilitate sustainable ocean use and also maximize the benefits of the oceans for the present generation as well as the future. In doing this, we are standing on three pillars: inclusivity, integratedness, and an iterative process. Inclusivity, because on the panel or the working group, we have all relevant institutions that has something to do with the oceans to bring on board their expertise and experiences to be able to get the plan for Ghana. Second, we have a cross-cutting approach and mechanism that brings all these institutions together and link the various ocean processes, plans, and information available in a very coherent manner so that it is friendly to use by all institutions that are part of this process. It is iterative because from time to time we will review what we have done, and if there is new knowledge, we'll have to integrate this into the process. Now, how do we plan to deliver this through structures that we have identified? One, we have the SDG office seated in the office of the President. A technical group has been constituted, which is made up of many institutions that are working in the ocean space in Ghana. And three, an SOP secretariat is actively working to achieve the sustainable ocean plan delivery. We are also liaising with other partners to be able to support the process, not least the World Bank, the Environmental Defense Fund, UNESCO IOC, the Global Oceans Account Partnership, UNEP, and the rest. The main outputs of the Sustainable Ocean Plan, ladies and gentlemen, will include stakeholder consultations at the sub-national level and also at the national level to bring this information and ideas and initiative
to people at the grassroots level and also take information from them as well as their concerns in order to put it in a frame that will deliver the Sustainable Ocean Plan. We will also include implementation arrangements and rules, as well as a financing framework for the delivery, as well as communications
of the plan and its details to communities. We hope that at the end of the process, we will deliver a sustainable oceans plan for Ghana, as well as set up a few marine protected areas that will begin the protection of the ocean, as well as delivering biodiversity, fisheries protection, tourism, and others to our coastal communities. What have we done so far? As Prof mentioned, the Sustainable Ocean Plan, or the governance study, has been completed, which identifies the framework and institutions that look at the ocean space and what they can deliver. A technical working group has been constituted by a number of institutions, EPA, Ghana Maritime Authority, Ghana Regional Maritime University, the oil companies, the navies, you name them, of which I am the chair. We have recruited a coordinator for the secretariat, and we have an advisor who will be advising us on the issues as we go forward. Funding has firmly been secured and work is in progress. Technical discussions are going on, and we are looking at more institutions and financing to ensure that when the process has been completed and the plan has been delivered, there is funding to do the detailed work that is required to protect the oceans and deliver all the goodies to Ghana. We have been able to outline a plan or a roadmap within this short period from now until 2025 to deliver the plan. One, from next week, we are going out to start with the sub-national engagements. And as I said, we will take information to the people about this blue economy and the planning, and also receive information from them. When we have done this, we will do our analysis and also go out there and start professing and sending information about this plan, so at every stage, all persons and communities are aware of the process. From September 2023 to July 2024, we plan to go into the weeds and develop this plan for Ghana. And when this has been done, we have to go back to the people and share with them what is in it. And finally, we will train institutions, communities, CSOs, and the like on how the plan implementation should proceed. So, it is not only a talk shop for us, but we have a plan. As from next week, we are hitting the road. We will start with Accra and Tema, where we will have sub-consultations and move on to Keita the following week. 27th, we will be in the Western region through to 28th, and 29th and 30th, we will be in Cape Coast and Winneba. And we have invited a number of institutions to be part of these sub-national consultations so that we can fertilize ideas and generate a lot of information for the SOP process. We will come back to have our national consultations somewhere late July, and 2 weeks following that, we will have a national validation workshop where we will present to those that we have consulted at the subnational level what we have found from their consultations for them to validate for us, so that the process is seriously tested with feedback loops, so that it is not what a friend will say, you just sit in Accra and you put something on paper and you say it is a national plan. We're going to work with communities, traditional authorities, institutions at the local level and the national level to deliver the SOP for Ghana by 2025. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agboga, and thank you for all you're doing to ensure that our oceans are protected. I think we deserve another round of applause. We will now have an overview of Ghana's West Africa Coastal Area Project by Mr. Raymond Ohene Ofori, Deputy Director, Environment, Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation.
That's right. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I stand on existing protocol and also thank the organizers for their generosity in inviting us to showcase the WACA Resilience Investment Project in Ghana. I make this presentation on behalf of the leadership of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, although I must say I struggle to fit in their shoes. And also thank the previous speakers for their insightful perspectives, also by their definition of the blue economy and what the Sustainable Oceans Plan entails. I do not need to go into the technical definition of them. Thank you very much. By way of an outline, I will go through the overview and background, objectives, components, the outcomes, project components, technical basis for the site selection that the project is intervening in, and then the linkages with the Sustainable Oceans Plan. The WACA program is being implemented along the coast of Western Africa, from Gabon to Mauritania. WACA Recipe 1, which started in 2018, has 6 countries, and then with the onboarding of Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, and Gambia, under WACA Recipe 2, brings the total to 9 countries, but there are other 3 countries that continue to receive technical assistance and 5 countries earmarked for future engagement under the program. Because specifically we are engaged under the auspices of the SDGs Advisory Unit, I'd like to say that the project aligns with several of the SDGs, including the SDG 13, 14, and 17 on climate action, life below water, and partnerships for the goals. The objective of WACA is to strengthen the resilience of targeted communities and coastal areas in Ghana, particularly to promote the sustainable growth of Ghana's blue economy by restoring coastal ecosystems, especially lagoons and mangroves, protecting coastal communities and assets from erosion and flooding, and supporting coastal livelihoods. What outcomes do we hope to attain? We hope that by the end of the project, it will contribute to mitigation and adaptation measures, which would be implemented at Kole Lagoon, Keta Lagoon, and the Densu Delta to address severe erosion and flooding along the coast. Coastal communities would also have greater resilience to climate change, and this would be attained through a focus on nature-based solutions and restoration of coastal habitats and the protection of coastal livelihoods. A stronger blue economy in Ghana that sustainably manages coastal ecosystems and natural resources and promotes green growth. The project, like many other World Bank projects that you may be familiar with, has 4 components. The strengthening of the regional integration that is across the countries or along the coast of West Africa would form the component 1. And that component 1 is managed at the regional level by the West Africa Economic Monetary Union that has a steering committee including all of the countries involved in the program and chaired on a rotating basis by countries. The component 2, which deals with the strengthening of the policy and institutional framework of countries, but as well as across all of the regions, the harmonization of the policies and regulations for transboundary coastal management. Component 3 deals with the national physical and social investments, in our case for the 3 sites, which is the Keta Lagoon Complex, the Densu and the Kole Lagoons. And then component 4, which is the national coordination of it. At that, for component 4, so at the governance level, at the country level, the governance arrangement is such that there's a national steering committee which will provide overall strategic guidance and approve the plans and budgets of the program. And it's also made up of MDAs, including Ministry of Works and Housing, Lands and Natural Resources, and the Coastal Development Authority, among others. Also, let me say that it has a representation of CSOs at that level. And then there's a project implementation committee that is housed at the ministry, staffed with the requisite technical expertise to assist the ministry in implementing the project. And then there's a technical committee made up of agencies that have interest in both the coastal but the marine environment as well, including agencies such as Ghana Hydrological Authority, the Forestry Commission, EPA, also CSOs, among others. WACA is a 150 million IDA credit facility to the government of Ghana, which would contribute to fiscal and social projects, the coastal policy and institutions, the SOP and marine spatial planning, and plastics and marine pollution. It also has a ProBlue grant, additional grant financing of 5 million that also contributes to the SOP and marine spatial planning, the plastics and marine pollution, as well as the blue carbon and mangroves economy of Ghana. And it does also leverage at Ørsted funding of 8.5 million, directly contributing to the blue carbon and mangroves in Ghana. What was the technical basis for the selection of the sites? There was a comprehensive stakeholder mapping that was done across a broad spectrum of actors from policy, security and regulatory, research and academia, conservation, extractive and constructive industries and services. And these wide stakeholder consultations were conducted from 2021 to 2022. That included line ministries, agencies, traditional authorities, civil society, trade groups, etc. And then there was a stringent principle guiding the selection of these sites. The sites, a mapping was done. Okay, thank you. So mapping was done across the coastal landscape of Ghana from Ekwe along the coast, Cote d'Ivoire border to KG near the Togo border. The technical assessments were conducted and sites selected out of 8 hotspots that were identified. The identified hotspots were further narrowed down to Kole, Densu, and Keta based on a technical objective and a consultative process with specific guiding principles. So, see quickly that, the N1 road, Cape Coast Takrady Road, was identified as a hotspot. The Winneba Muni Lagoon was identified as a hotspot. The Densu Delta Dansuman area was identified as a hotspot. The Accra Tema Beach Road roadway was identified as a hotspot. The Songo Lagoon, the Keta Lagoon, the Jita, and as well as the Keta Lagoon East and South were also identified as hotspots. And based on the criteria, it was narrowed down to a site selection of 3 areas, which WACA Recipe 2 is intervening in. So what are the linkages with the Sustainable Oceans Plan? Okay. Through the ProBlue grant, WACA will finance the development of Ghana's SOP. Once the SOP is final, WACA Recipe 2 in Ghana has already allocated part of the IDA financing to implement the SOP and make its findings a reality. The WACA project, which is 155 million, is an investment in Ghana's blue economy, and it's aimed to consolidate and catalyze action across multiple sectors. Additionally, WACA project activities linked directly to the SOP objectives, including developing an integrated coastal and marine management policy, improving coastal and marine habitat regulations, developing blue economy policy framework or strategy, plastic recycling and marine pollution policy and pilots, and implementing the marine spatial planning pilots based on the SOP findings. WACA, although it's promising, it is not the solution to all of Ghana's coastal development challenges. 155 million is not nearly enough to do so. However, the project will demonstrate transformational results. It can then serve as a catalyst for leveraging further investments in Ghana's coastal resilience and blue economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ohene Ofori, for giving us the overview of the WACA project. I think, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that we've earned a well-deserved break. So we will take a 20-minute tea break. We should be back. It's 10:30 now, so we should be back and seated at 10:50. My name is Angela Emefiaboy, and I work at the National Development Planning Commission. You've been such wonderful people today. Thank you so much for having me. It's been an honor and a privilege. Thank you.
Obek Kanokre. Susu Sang Pine, be a one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Aside Ochame Kwame, who else have you?
And then now I have like family on, but even having family on, hey.
Do you think now you have blown?
Oh, still crowd, but we just dropped. The funny thing is we just dropped something, so we are yet to see. That was the first time it has happened to me. I was just blown away by the fact that I paid no money to trend, and I was trending for like 1 week.
What are some of the comments?
Or buying ding. Yes.
Would you say that's like the tangent you are going, either than the following the regular Afrobeat genre?
The thing is, each individual have their unique fingerprints, but sometimes because we want to follow something, so we tend to bend and try and do things that other people are doing.
Did you ever regret it? Your comments?
No, that is me. I can't regret who I am. Do you understand?
I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, alpha cracker. I want you so bad, alpha cracker. I don't know one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said the awankasa obesomu a obesomu no na obehu say sika wo na sika ni.
Juma na me ye minim dia menya wo. Nche bia ne bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba say obaba de odi ni ko school a daachi obeware akotena be ma bi fie ntinya de papa bia obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa yan ko school.
Juma we de me kan kwaro o ye juma banka won fa won tom. Metuma ka se me de kubebe 1000 pieces beba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obi amini wa hun kola me say ya me hwade mpo na hye me kawa pon so say me so me wo nipa mu e wanye me hwade wanhye wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na na ni bire afo ho oba bi no wa sport se no wa boni te no apagya no kon so me kwa na me ka se ni kon bebu o.
This is the hustler story.
Fellow Ghanaians, good evening. It has been some time since I last came into your homes, so I want to thank you for having me again tonight. I've come because of two important events that both occurred last week on 17th May. The first is an update on the COVID-19 pandemic. The second is the recent agreement we have reached with the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Some 3 weeks ago, on 5th May, the World Health Organization, WHO, announced that COVID was no longer a public health emergency of global concern. It had taken 3 years, 5 months, and 20 days of unbelievable tumult, unrelenting pain and suffering, and emotional turbulence of a world turned upside down. But we have at last heard the words for which we had all been praying. The scientists and health experts tell us that we no longer have a public health emergency of international concern. They tell us also that there's evidence of reducing risks to human health from COVID-19 infections. This has led to the decreasing trend of COVID-19 related deaths, hospitalizations, and intensive care admissions. The world has also achieved the long hoped for immunity, and with improved clinical management, the experts say it is time to transition to long-term management of the COVID-19 pandemic. In other words, we can now breathe that collective sigh of relief. For even though we may still have to deal with sporadic, isolated outbreaks, the crisis itself has technically ended. The pandemic trend in Ghana is similar to the general global trend as announced by WHO. As of 15th May 2023, there have been 1,462 deaths attributable to COVID-19 in Ghana, with the last death being recorded on 8th January 2023. These are not mere figures or inconvenient statistics. They are dearly loved parents, sons and daughters, relations, friends and colleagues, whom we shall continue to miss dearly. May their souls rest in perfect peace. I am glad to report that currently we do not have any critical or severe cases. In general, since the first case was confirmed in our country on 12 March 2020, there have been 171,738 positive cases from 2,538,198 tests. You would recall that we started the COVID vaccination campaign in March 2021, and as at 25th May 2023, 25,170,382 vaccine doses have been administered. There are 10,566,420 fully vaccinated people. That is 52.7% out of the 20 million target we had set, with 4,599,883 persons having received booster doses. In the light of these facts, the COVID-19 task force, which I chair, met on 17th May and took some far-reaching decisions on the measures we have put in place for the management of the pandemic, which were announced by the Ghana Health Service on 19th May. The most important of these decisions was that the COVID-19 pandemic was over in Ghana. Thus, all the outstanding COVID-induced restrictions at our airports and all entry points have been lifted, and we are back to the pre-COVID situation as far as health entry requirements are concerned. It will be recalled that 3 years ago, we started with drastic measures and restrictions. The international airport was shut for months, and our land borders were closed to human traffic for almost 3 years. The hospitality industry was devastated. Hotels and restaurants and other social gathering places were shut down. Schools and universities and training institutions were shut down. Indeed, our world was turned upside down. That culturally defining Ghanaian symbol, the handshake, was prohibited and frowned upon, and we were advised not to hug our children and our loved ones. Churches, mosques, and other places of worship were closed for months, and our beaches remained emptied of human activity. Fellow Ghanaians, even our funerals, that sacred Ghanaian ritual, were stopped, And then attempts were made to change the tone and character of the funeral, with the imposition of restrictions on how many can attend or be fed at the ceremony. Fellow Ghanaians, throughout these trying times, I kept urging all of you to believe that this too shall pass. Dare I say that this too has passed. The emergency is over, and we can safely lift many of the oppressive restrictions we've had to endure. We can shake hands, we can hug, we can visit, and we no longer have to wear masks. But it is strongly recommended that we keep some of the measures imposed during the crisis and integrate them into our everyday lives, because they have served us well and will continue to serve us well. I urge you all to continue with the regular hand washing and other personal hygiene measures so they become entrenched national habits. There has been a dramatic decrease in diarrhea diseases, and we have not had any cholera outbreaks these past 3 years. These developments are attributable mostly to the hand washing and improved hygiene regimen in our communities. It does not hurt to wear a mask if you have a cold, for example. It might protect those around you. If you are uncomfortable in a crowded and enclosed space, go out into the open and continue the new ways we have devised for outside entertainment. I hope there will be no argument that we should continue and institutionalize the periodic cleansing, disinfection, and fumigation of markets. Never again should our markets be breeding grounds for rodents. There are other ways in which this nightmare has brought some good dividends that must be acknowledged. It has led to the strengthening of our disease surveillance system, and this has been manifested in recent months by our ability to deal in a very rapid and aggressive way with outbreaks of frightening diseases like Marburg, Lassa fever, monkeypox, before they could turn into serious public health catastrophes. The pandemic also exposed some of the painful deficiencies we have and forced us to take some brave and necessary decisions, like the expansion of our network of health facilities under Agenda 111. I doubt very much that but for the pandemic, the network of health laboratories with capacity to do PCR testing in our country would have expanded exponentially from the initial 2 to 67 laboratories nationwide. And fellow Ghanaians, we have begun the process of manufacturing our own vaccines with the establishment of the National Vaccine Institute. The painful lesson from the pandemic about the access to vaccines certainly concentrated our minds. And we must be proud that we did not bow our heads in defeat, but used the crisis to achieve such a positive outcome. We now have in place a vaccine institute and 2 vaccine manufacturing plants. I commissioned that of Atlantic Life Sciences Limited last year, and a few weeks ago, I performed the salt-cutting ceremony of that of DEK Vaccines Limited. There's no question but that Ghana came out of this global catastrophe much better than many other countries, if we consider the rate of infection, hospitalization, and death. We must recognize that this happened because we worked at it in a focused and competent manner. We refused to be swayed by the populist noises, conspiracy theory peddlers, false and uninformed analysts, but rather we relied firmly on the science and data-driven information for guidance. Contrary to what some foreign experts claimed, we do have a decentralized, resilient public health system which reaches every corner of our country with highly competent and dedicated health workers. A public health system of which we can be justly proud. When it was most needed, the health sector and religious and traditional leaders demonstrated admirable leadership. The private sector rose to the occasion and displayed innovation and dynamism. We managed a strong community engagement and communication strategy, which carried the entire population along and was admired and praised by Ghanaians and the outside world. Among ministries, departments, and agencies, there was strong and palpable multi-sector collaboration. It also certainly helped that we found the resources from the government, partners, individuals, corporate entities, and the public to support health workers and procurement of required materials. Fighting COVID has been a very expensive undertaking, characterized as it was by lockdowns, closed borders, minimal economic activity, and the consequential steep decline in revenues. The testing for the millions who went to public laboratories, the quarantine of arrivals from outside the country, hospital admissions, treatments and feeding for all patients were publicly funded and cost vast sums of money. The vaccination program was expensive, very expensive. Even though we received some donated vaccines, we purchased a lot with our own resources. And the multiple countrywide vaccination campaigns cost a lot of money. The fumigation, cleansing, and disinfection of markets, schools, offices, and other public spaces also cost a lot of money. Free water was provided, and the cost of electricity subsidized. 54,000 additional health workers were hired, and all health workers obtained a tax rebate. Fellow Ghanaians, keeping us all informed about this most unpredictable virus was expensive. A lot of money was spent on public education, public information, risk communication, public and community engagements, and keeping us all abreast with the relevant information. We must thank the Ministry of Information and its agencies and the National Commission for Civic Education for their exceptional work. It took courage, and I'm particularly happy that we reopened schools, colleges, and universities at the time we did, in spite of the fears of some parents and the condemnation of our critics. In some countries, millions of girls and boys did not return when schools eventually reopened after they had been kept shut for over a year. The logistics for keeping the schools open were huge and costly. But I am delighted that no Ghanaian child was left behind. Let me make it clear that COVID expenditures, essentially unplanned, have been subject at my instigation to audit by the Auditor General and are going through parliamentary processes. We all deserve to be reassured that the crisis was not used as a cover for corrupt practices. The COVID health recovery levy that was introduced to help fill some of the expenditure holes might not be the most popular tax, but I entreat all of you to bear with us. The COVID Trust Fund has performed an invaluable service, and with these developments has reached the end of its mandate. I thank the trustees as well as all donors and contributors to the fund. It is likely, God willing, that this will be the last in the series of fellow Ghanaian speeches on COVID. And as your president, I have a truly long list of people and institutions I must take this opportunity to thank. I thank firstly all of you, my compatriots, my fellow Ghanaians, for your patience, understanding, and cooperation. Health workers and the scientific community. I thank the leaders of the faith-based groups, the Christian Council, the Catholic Bishops' Conference, the Ghana Charismatic and Pentecostal Council, the Chief Imam and the Muslim leaders for their strong involvement, powerful prayers and support, their help, especially in feeding the vulnerable during the lockdown periods, and through the Church of Pentecost in providing accommodation for an isolation and treatment center. I thank the Council of State and our traditional leaders, the national and regional houses of chiefs, for their support and help in community sensitization. I thank the political and business leaders, development partnerships, NGOs and civil society, the sports, hospitality, entertainment, creative and tourism industries, our security services, police, military, immigration, teachers, pupils, students, parents, and guidance. I thank the journalists and the entire media. A few weeks ago, I gave national honors to most of the frontline workers who had been in the trenches, as it were, in the COVID battle. A total of 20,110 people were given national honors. They were well-deserved. But I know that some might have been left out, not out of any malice. We continue to recognize those who come to our attention. I must also make special mention of the environmental health personnel of the Ministry of Local Government. They played a key role in the burials of COVID-related deaths. The private funeral homes deserve honorable mention. They set the pace for how funerals should be conducted within the COVID protocol restrictions and with cultural sensitivity. In paying tribute to the health workers, I should address our psychologists and psychiatrists and express my gratitude for their work. COVID exacted an extreme emotional turbulence on the population, and no one can predict how long the effects on our mental health will last, and their work continues even after the end of the emergency. I believe it would be appropriate to make also a special mention of the Ministry of Health and its implementing and regulatory agencies, the Christian Health Association of Ghana, the military and police health services, quasi-government private health care providers, and the Food and Drugs Authority, FDA, which has established itself as a world-class institution able to hold its own on the international scene. On behalf of the people of Ghana, I express eternal gratitude to the police, the immigration, and the military, and the 2 IGPs, 2 CDSs, and Controller General that have served during the period. I pay homage to the pharmaceutical and textile industries and to the many corporate bodies that made generous donations and rallied to the call for enhanced domestic production of medical supplies. The Ghana Airport Company must be mentioned for the hard work of its staff. The Ghana Education Service and the Director General that saw us through the school closures and reopenings. Thank you. And thank you to its sister body, the Ghana Health Service and its dynamic Director General, both of them have gave such impressive accounts of themselves during this crisis. It would be greatly remiss of me not to place on record my appreciation to the National Ambulance Service and its workers. They worked well, and we are proud of them. I acknowledge the fact that digital technologies and drones help very much in getting vaccines and medications to hard-to-reach areas, and I'm glad they have become an integral part of our health delivery system. If we were still looking for any proof, we found that the high use of mobile phones and the digitalization agenda helped in the surveillance process, particularly with contact tracing and patient follow-up. I'm indebted to the ministers of state, officials of the presidency led by the chief of staff, the parliament and the judiciary, and all the members of the brilliant COVID-19 task force. I must make special mention of the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who was my reliable source of support in the darkest and most trying moments. And to the many who advised me publicly and privately, supported and prayed for me, I say thank you. The emergency is over. Unfortunately, the consequences are very much still with us, especially in terms of the economic devastation it has left in its trail. It will be recalled that I said right at the onset of the pandemic that we would do whatever it took to protect the lives of the Ghanaian people. In the now often quoted statement, I said, and I quote, "We know what to do to bring the economy back to life, but what we do not know is how to bring people back to life," unquote. The clear implication is that we would protect lives even if it was at the risk of harming the economy. I knew that the pandemic and the measures we were taking to keep us alive would have a devastating effect on the economy. But I believe I have the support of the Ghanaian people to concentrate on protecting lives at any cost. But I do not think anyone, anywhere, imagined the effect would be so widespread, so destructive, and so deep. I owe it to you, my compatriots, and to myself, to go to any length to bring the economy to the rude health it was in before the onset of the pandemic. When things came to the state, where I concluded we had to go to the International Monetary Fund to access a facility for budgetary support, I gave a directive to the Minister of Finance to start the process. It was a painful decision for me to take, because going to the IMF was not part of the economic transformation agenda I'd been pursuing, especially as my government had gone the extra mile to bring to a successful end the IMF program we inherited from the previous government. But who would have imagined that President Akufo-Addo would order the closure of airports, offices, factories, or schools? We were in extraordinary times, and we took extraordinary measures. And when faced with the realities of the economic crisis last year, I accepted the challenge that the economy required a similar attitude, including the sacrifices many of us have made in recent times. Luckily, the International Monetary Fund has been most supportive, and we have ended up with having our program approved in record time, culminating in the formal approval by the IMF board on 17th May. As I'm sure we have all heard by now, the details of the program have been explained by officials of the fund and by our Minister for Finance and the Governor of the Bank of Ghana. The first tranche of $600 million United States dollars has been credited to our national account out of the $3 billion United States dollars that we have negotiated to receive within a period of 36 months. Fellow Ghanaians, access to the IMF facility will not spell the immediate end of the difficulties we are in presently. But the fact that we've been able to negotiate such a deal sends a positive message to our trading partners, creditors, and investors. A positive message that will be underpinned by the discipline, hard work, and enterprise with which we execute the program. It should lead to the restoration of confidence and the reopening of avenues that have been closed to us this past year and a half. It should also lead to the resumption of many of the infrastructural projects that have stalled. Fellow Ghanaians, we got ourselves out of a pandemic in which there were no precedents on which to rely, and where even the experts admitted they had no clear-cut solutions. We did it by being resolute, being focused, and working very hard, and by accepting that we had to stick together. With a similar frame of mind and attitude, we shall overcome the economic difficulties as well, sooner rather than later. I have no doubts at all in my mind that we are on the right path, and we will soon start to see significant improvements in the economy and in the living standards of Ghanaians. Enuanom, emiadom, cover yare no a to share yan so no. Na di ohaw bebre bre yan no. Emiadaroma yetumi etu na se. Mesra mo moma ye nyina enda nyame ase. Yen koso enhwe yan ho so yi. Anyeme nyumodromo na COVID hela ni bawo no. Ni ka hawo ba nyuma ejowo wonye wo faneshi. Waha ofe wada nyumoshi ni wokwe wahino ojogba. We are a God-fearing and a God-loving nation. And that is why throughout my presidency, I have consistently stressed that the battle is the Lord's. Thus, 3 years ago, when the pandemic first hit us, I asked for a national day of prayer and fasting for God's help to be observed on 25th March 2020. Now that the Lord has heard our prayers and seen us through this COVID trial, I would respectfully ask that next Friday, i.e. the 2nd of June, all Muslims should say a special prayer of gratitude for our nation's health. And that next Saturday and Sunday, i.e. the 3rd and 4th of June, all Christians should do the same. Fellow Ghanaians, we shall overcome our present economic difficulties. The battle is indeed the Lord's. Good night, and may God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you.
And on behalf of the Special Advisor on the SDGs and Sherpa to the President on the Oceans Action, Dr. Eugene Owusu, the entire SDG Advisory Unit, together with their partners, let me say good morning to you, the President of our Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Volta Regional Minister and Dean of the Regional Ministers, the Honorable Dr. Archibald Lecha, the Western Regional Minister, the Honorable Kwabena Otreda Kumensa, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Samuel Abujinapo MP, the Ambassador of the United States to Ghana, Her Excellency Virginia Palmer, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Denmark to Ghana, His Excellency Tom Noring, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway to Ghana, Her Excellency Ingrid Molstad, the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to Ghana, His Excellency Jun Tik Lim, the Chargé d'Affaires of the High Commission of Barbados to Ghana, Her Excellency Juliet Bab Riley, the representative of the Gamanche, who is the Chief of Asre Shono Ni Kwao Donko II, the President of the Volta Regional House of Chiefs, Togbe Tepre Hodo IV, the Omanhene of Esikado Nanankobna Ketia V, esteemed traditional and religious leaders, the UN Resident Coordinator to Ghana, His Excellency Charles Abani, the World Bank Country Director, Mr. Pierre Laporte, the Ocean Sherpa to President Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and the Deputy Chief of Staff, Executive Office of the President, the Honorable Josephat Nanok, the Chief of Naval Staff, Rear Admiral Issa Yakubu, Chair of the NDPC, Professor George Chanbafo, Chair of the Council of Elders of the MPP, the Honorable Hackman Oswajiman, Heads of International Development Organizations, Development Partners, Civil Society Organizations, members of academia, local and international maritime and security organizations, directors of ministries, departments and agencies, MMDCs, captains of industry, distinguished guests, members of the press, and our great sea of audiences around the world who join us via radio, television, and online. Welcome to the Maiden National Blue Economy Summit, a two-day national conversation to mobilize urgent support for ocean action, which is a timely and critical intervention given that oceans are at a tipping point and hence the need for transformative actions to achieve the sustainable development goals. It is our prayer that we leave here with renewed commitments, partnerships, and an appreciation of the crucial roles of our oceans as sources of health, prosperity, and the planet's security. With these words said, allow me the pleasure of inviting to welcome us formally the Special Advisor on the SDGs and Sherpa to the President on Ocean Action of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Eugene Owusu.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Kobina Nketia V, the Omahinen of Esikado, Ni Kwaudonko II, who is here representing the Gamanche, Honorable Josephat Nanok, the Deputy Chief of Staff of President Ruto, Honorable Dr. Archibald Lecha, Volta Regional Minister, Her Excellency Ambassador Ingrid Molestad, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors, the UN Resident Coordinator and the heads of UN agencies present here today, CEOs and captains of industry, distinguished invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the SDGs Advisory Unit in the Office of the President, and on behalf of our organizing partners, which include the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, the Ministry of Fisheries, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Royal Norwegian Embassy, and the UN Development Program. On behalf of all these noble partners, I welcome all of you to this landmark event where we have gathered to explore the profound connections between our oceans' health, our prosperity, and the future of our planet. Excellencies, the oceans have long been an integral part of human civilization and human survival. They have nurtured life, they've provided sustenance and jobs for billions of people across the world. The oceans have underpinned global trade and prosperity, and they've served as a source of inspiration and wonder. Sadly, this phenomenal gift of God to humanity faces unprecedented challenges, a crisis of monumental proportions as a result of overexploitation and degradation. Our world threat our country, but around the world. Excellencies, for humanity's own survival, it is absolutely imperative that we come together to ensure the sustainable and responsible stewardship of our oceanic resources. Our world needs a new ocean agenda, a new oceans agenda anchored in the recognition that the blue economy should be a catalyst for sustainable development, providing new opportunities for economic growth and job creation while ensuring the long-term health and resilience of our ocean and coastal ecosystems. Excellencies, it's made up of 17 heads of state and governments who are championing a new ocean agenda to build momentum towards a sustainable ocean economy in which effective protection, sustainable production, and equitable prosperity go hand in hand. We are delighted and privileged that the President of the Republic is a member of this eminent group, which includes the Prime Minister of Norway, the Prime Minister of Canada, the President of Palau, the President of the US, the President of Chile, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and the President of Kenya. At the summit, we will have the opportunity to exchange knowledge, share best practices, and learn from each other's experiences. But above all, we must use this summit to redefine our relationship with our ocean. The agenda, as you've seen in the brochure, encompasses a diverse array of topics, including plastic pollution, sustainable ocean foods, maritime security, and innovative financing of ocean action. Excellencies, protecting and restoring the health of our ocean is not only a moral imperative, it is an absolute necessity. The ocean is the future when it comes to our food security, when it comes to our prosperity, and when it comes to our national security. We cannot achieve the sustainable and prosperous future that we all crave for and which we do need without a healthy ocean. Together, we can shape a future where our ocean thrives, our economy prospers, and our planet flourishes. Let us seize this opportunity to chart a new course towards a blue economy that leaves no one behind, and that safeguards the precious ecosystems upon which we all depend. A warm welcome again to all of you, and as I do so, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to you, our distinguished participants, for honoring our invitation. Our profound thanks also go to our organizing partners. We are also profoundly grateful to our sponsors, Fidelity Bank, Bank of Ghana, MODEC, the World Bank, Voltic, the Ochiman Environment Foundation, and BOST. And to our media partners, Daily Graphic, Diplomatic Affairs Television, MX24 TV, and ABC News, we say thank you very much. Our ocean does not have a voice. We collectively have to be the voice of the ocean and the guardian of this cardinal source of life. It is in our enlightened self-interest to do so. Together, let us build a legacy of sustainability and prosperity for our ocean, for our planet, and indeed for generations to come. Welcome again, and I thank you so much.
Many thanks to you, Dr. Eugene Owusu. And now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nak Abrantier, a poet.
If we are only looking for the root cause to the ocean's threat, let us not look no further, because it is us. We are our own crisis. An accomplice will destroy our own ocean, and later we call for justice. What an irony if we are are part of the problem, then we can work together to be part of the solution. It is time to review our actions and sanction such felonies. Nature's reaction is as a result of our own selfish interest. She is in distress. We have turned our beautiful oceans into garbage bins, a place that is supposed every day. Can't we see her vomit on our seashores? Yet we go to our beaches and apply sun lotion, we relax and enjoy the cool breeze and act unconcerned. Oh please, do not turn a blind eye, because when the oceans falter, we falter too. We are not doing anyone a favor by keeping our ocean safe but ourselves. Time is taken. Take down. Let's do what is right and change our mindset. Our actions are posing her threats. We are the Captain Planet we have been waiting for. The state of our water bodies is becoming disheartening. We are choking our ocean with unwanted materials. Government and corporate society, let's seize this opportunity to restore the ocean sanity. We have the remedy in us. We have the influence in us for a cause like this. The same source that provides solution for us and that is feed us is now contaminated by our own waste. Our health is at stake. 85% of marine litter is said to be plastic. 242 million tons of plastics are produced every year, of which a large percentage finds itself in the ocean. Worldwide, 73% of each litter is plastic, but only 9% of these waste products are recycled. More than 40% of plastic are used just one and thrown away. How are we safe? The question being asked is rhetorical, but storms us with questions and answers. Nature suggests to us that man who only asks water to quench his thirst before asking for palm wine. A wise man once said, when all the trees are cut down and all the rivers are dried up, man will one day wake up and realize that he will not be able to eat money. Who will make this honey when there is no trees, no bees? How are we going to inhale the cool breeze? Mother Nature is screaming and shouting, do not close your eyes to her bleeds. Do not close your ears to her cries. Mother Nature needs to be protected from those who don't want to see her beauty. Wait, let us not only close the gap, but let's stand up, because she is bleeding. It's abnormal, because it is not the time of the month for her to pay her dues. This is a breaking news, leading the headline. Don't undermine or treat it as a sideline if you only think about getting the money in our pocket. One day, the wrath of Mother Nature will keep us in closed doors in our locket. Let's connect and effect and change our mindset. Because in us, if we continue to watch her bleed, there is no way we will stand her vengeance. You and I have one more chance to make things right and relieve her of her plight. Keep being also. My name is Anaka Brantier. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Nana Kia Brantier. Speaking to us on behalf of all the region, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you. His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana, the representative of the Gamanche, representative of the Chinhini, Osajefo Amoatia Oforipenyi, His Excellency Ingrid Molestad, the
Norwegian ambassador to Ghana, members of the diplomatic corps, honorable ministers and deputy ministers of state,
members from academia, invited guests, friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, which aims to put the spotlight on the challenges that the ocean faces and explore the boundless opportunities that this God-given asset provides. In my capacity as the Dean of Regional Ministers, I do, on behalf of my colleagues,
extend a warm and heartful gratitude to the organizers and commend them for their foresight and fortitude in putting together this two-day event
to help unravel the vast opportunities that lie within our oceanic realms while safeguarding its fragile ecosystems for generations to come. The awe-inspiring beauty and undeniable power of the ocean have always captivated the human imagination, shaping climates and sustaining diverse ecosystems. Moreover, the oceans have been instrumental in facilitating trade, supporting livelihoods, and serving as a gateway to economic prosperity. However, in recent years, we have development of natural habitats and resources of the ocean to provide essential ecosystem and climate regulating services. As the Water Regional Minister, I am all too aware of the good, the bad, and the ugly of our ocean. For decades, the sea has supported the livelihoods of thousands of our people and has become an integral communities. Fishing, salt production, and tourism are so important to us, and I believe my colleague ministers can say the same for the Western, the Central, and Greater Accra regions. In recent years, we have started to experience the dire effects of our disregard and inadequate care of the health of the ocean. Inappropriate fishing practices has contributed to a sharp decline in income and therefore severely constraining the once vibrant artisanal fishing value chain. Poorly controlled sand winning and wanton destruction of mangroves, forests, and wetlands, and the menace of plastic pollution is defacing our once beautiful coastline and quickly eroding its economic and ecological values. Ladies and gentlemen, I dare say that the sea is now fighting back. We see an increase in the storm surge, coastal flooding, and coastal erosion with ravaging effects on farmland. In the region, many communities have been literally wiped out by the sea, while many more live in constant fear of what the angry sea will spew out next. It will be in our own interest to amend our ways and rather live in harmony with the sea. His Excellency, the theme of this summit, quote and unquote, our oceans health, our prosperity, planet security, is a wake-up call to all of us, especially stakeholders in the blue economy sector. The well-being and welfare of our people and businesses and the performance of our nature-based systems are intrinsically linked to the health of the ocean. We therefore, urgent actions are needed now. Our country is blessed with an extensive coastline, abundant marine resources, and a rich maritime heritage. However, we have literally turned our back to the sea and focused largely on land-based development. Consequent ocean hold for our national development. Our outturn from the oil and gas sector is just the tip of the iceberg of the huge wealth potential that the ocean holds. There are huge opportunities in renewable energy, in tourism, and seafood, carbon trading, and many more that are waiting to. For instance, the government has committed to developing a sustainable ocean plan to provide a strategic framework for sustainable development and utilization of Ghana's maritime resources. The government has implemented integrated coastal management systems to address coastal erosion and pollution, as well as other environmental challenges. The government has implemented measures to regulate and manage the fisheries sector, including the introduction of closed fishing seasons, licensing systems, and capacity building programs for fishermen. The government is keen on its investment in the development of maritime infrastructure to enhance transportation, trade, and tourism along the coastline. The government has actively encouraged public-private partnerships to attract investments and foster innovation in the blue economy sector. The government has engaged in international cooperation and partnerships to exchange knowledge, share best practices, and access funding for blue economy projects. Distinguished audience, Ghana must be deliberate and strategic in its effort to tap into the vast opportunities offered by the blue economy and leverage that for socio-economic development. We need to significantly boost private sector investment in the sector, support the uptake and deployment of science, technology, and innovation, deepen ocean knowledge, and build strong partnerships. I am convinced that the ocean is the future of our national development and will be central to the transformation we so dearly desire. Norway has had tremendously successful story in the blue economy, and we can learn from them. I'm therefore excited to learn that Norway is a partner in this endeavor and that their next development cooperation framework will be themed Ocean for Development. We thank the government and people of Norway for their continuous support, and we look forward to a very successful rollout of the next framework. We gather here today to collectively explore innovative strategies, exchange knowledge, and forge partnerships that will propel our blue economy to new heights. It is our collective responsibility to address the challenges faced by the ocean head-on, while forging a sustainable path towards harnessing the blue economy's potential. I'm excited by the program outlined for today, and is replete with thought-provoking sessions and esteemed speakers who would enlighten us with their expertise. We gather as a united front, driven by the shared commitment to safeguarding our oceans. Together, we can explore innovative solutions, foster international cooperation, and integrate science and technology into our blue growth strategies. We must embrace these unique opportunities to strike a balance between economic development and environmental stewardship, while ensuring the well-being of both present and future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an action-packed day ahead of us, filled with opportunity to learn, collaborate, and chart a course towards a thriving blue economy. Let us seize this moment to engage in meaningful dialogue, forge partnerships, and develop innovative solutions that will ensure a sustainable future for our oceans and coastal communities. Your contributions will be instrumental in shaping the discourse and guiding us towards actionable outcomes. Let us therefore embark on this transformative journey together. The oceans are our shared heritage, and it's our duty to safeguard them for the well-being of our planet and all its inhabitants. Together, let us commit to a future where the vitality of our oceans is preserved and the well-being of our people is secured. I'm confident that through our collective efforts, we will pave the way for a prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive future for our nation. I wish us all a productive and fulfilling National Blue Economy Summit. Thank you very much for your audience.
The Honourable Dr. Archibald Letcher is the Volta Regional Minister and Dean of all the regional ministers. A round of applause for him. We acknowledge in our midst the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, the Honourable Mavis Hawa Kumsin MP, who joins us. A round of applause. By this your applause, you will lock the seal. This morning we receive with gladness special remarks by the King of the Ghana State, King Taki Teko Chu II. In his stead, the Chief of Asren Chono will deliver his address. Will please welcome Ni Kwao Donko II.
Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Ochihini Osajifo Amotia Oforipeni, King of Achimabuakwa, Your Excellency Ingrid Molestad, Norwegian Ambassador to Ghana, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Honorable Ministers of State present, Chief Executive Officers and business leaders, members from academia, friends of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I consider this summit a critical one, especially for the GhanaWeb people and all those along the coast and Ghana as a whole. The ocean is an important God-given asset which contributes to food security, nutrition, jobs, and livelihood, as well as trade, sports, and recreation. We, the GhanaWeb people, have special respect and attachment to the sea. So, for example, we give it a rest on Tuesdays when no one goes fishing. Prior to Homowo, we also bless the ocean, pacify it, and pray for bomba fish harvest for the ceremonial food, kwekwe, in Shobulemo. Due to the rapid population growth, especially in Accra, being the capital, and our hospitality, a lot of pressure is put on our coastal ecosystem. Bad fishing practices have resulted in the depletion of our fish stock, while poor sewage and solid waste management are contributing to sea pollution, thereby posing a threat to marine species and the ecosystem. Our beautiful beaches have become an eyesore with the menace of plastic litters, rising sea levels as a result of climate change. It's also coming with its threat and damage to property, human life, and infrastructure, especially to the coastal communities due to tidal surges. Distinguished guests, the sea is in a poor state of health. We can no longer look unconcerned and expect miracle to happen. It is in the light of this that I applaud His Excellency, the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for his vision and foresight in joining his colleagues, other heads of states and government to become a founding member of the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy and launching a new ocean action agenda for the decade. I will also like commend the SDGs advisory unit, its partners and sponsors for organizing this summit to draw attention to the challenges faced by the ocean and mobilize urgent attention to address them. We as traditional leaders have special and major role to play in this. So on my own behalf as Gamanche and President of the Ghana Traditional Council, and on behalf of the Ghana Council, I pledge our support for this important and timely initiative. We will use our privileged positions to influence public opinion, bring awareness and mobilize people and resources to protect the ocean and ensure its safe and proper management. As we work together on this noble cause, I strongly urge that we do not neglect the cultures and traditional practices and the values of those living along the coast, and in particular, the Ghana Adangwes as custodians of our traditions and cultures. We are ready to lead the charge of leveraging time-tested practices to protect the health of the ocean. In conclusion, I will urge us all to focus our energies on creativity in finding innovative and sustainable solutions to the threats we face. I wish you a successful summit. Thank you.
The health of our planet and our peoples is inextricably linked to the health of our oceans. management.
One more time, let's appreciate the government chair for his warm thoughts delivered to us by the Chief of Astre Chono Ni Kwao Donko II. Please extend to His Majesty our warmest delight. And now, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a brief video on our oceans. Enjoy.
The health of our planet and our peoples is inextricably linked to the health of our oceans. So to address the challenges of marine pollution and to enhance the management, protection, conservation and restoration of marine and ecosystems are of extreme importance to Ghana.
The ocean gives us life. It feeds us, entertains us, connects us, inspires us, and powers our success.
I grew up in a beachside suburb of Sydney, and it was very often the case that I'd head down to the beach after school with my mates. It is so much part of our way of life.
From an early age, you learn how to swim, you learn how to fish. That's a very important part of our culture and tradition.
Indigenous peoples have lived in harmony with our natural world and our oceans for millennia, and we need to draw from their expertise on how to better support and cherish and steward our oceans.
We are sailors, we are fishermen, we are industrialists, we are dependent on the oceans.
But today, the ocean's health is off track. At a time when we are already looking to recover from the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, we understand how vulnerable we are to health and other shocks.
It's important that we consider ocean as a partner. Life on Earth, as we know it, depends on the health of the ocean.
Research shows that a healthy ocean is a smart investment that will deliver social, health and economic and environmental benefits.
The health of our Earth and the health of our people are linked. They're totally intertwined.
Nuestra visión es encontrar un balance entre la conservación y el uso sustentable de los recursos del mar.
I believe we can choose a triple win. A win for people, a win for nature and our economy.
Where effective protection, sustainable production, and equitable prosperity go hand in hand.
The Ocean Panel, composed of 14 serving world leaders, has put forward a new ocean action agenda.
Nous invitons à assurer une gestion durable de 100% des zones océaniques se trouvant à l'intérieur des limites de nos territoires.
Listening to science, listening to research, listening to best practices that we have seen work for many other countries.
Sustainable ocean action should be a cornerstone of national and global policies.
Pengelolaan laut yang berkelanjutan akan mendukung pencapaian SDGs.
We are looking for reason to believe that in 2021 and beyond, we can not only fix what COVID did to the world, but also fix the problems we already had on our plate.
Climate change, pollution, ecosystem collapse, economic instability, unhealthy diets, poverty, and unsustainable practices across all sectors.
The answer is a healthy ocean with sustainability at its core.
Oceans may separate us physically, but they can also bring humanity together for a healthy, prosperous future.
El esfuerzo por una economía oceánica sostenible y sustentable tiene que ser multisectorial y multilateral.
Health of our oceans. So to address the challenges of marine pollution and to enhance the management, protection, conservation and restoration of marine and ecosystems are of extreme importance to Ghana.
The operator likes to hear the president's voice many times. Please, a round of applause for him. We received strong solidarity messages from the co-chairs of the high-level panel for the sustainable ocean economy. Please make welcome for her introduction the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway to Ghana, Her Excellency Ingrid Mollestad.
Thank you. Your Excellency, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, ministers, traditional leaders, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests. It is indeed my pleasure and honor to be able to address this National Blue Economy Summit today. It is indeed a very timely initiative, and I thank the organizers for this opportunity and also for the excellent cooperation with them, and Dr. Owusu, of course, in particular. My country, Norway, has a very deep connection to the sea. You saw some of the images just now. Our long coastline and maritime heritage have shaped our nation's history and identity, as well as our economic and technological development. We respect and love the ocean. When we are away from it, we long for it, for its beauty, and for its source of inspiration. We have come to understand that using our marine resources in the best possible and the most sustainable way is vital for economic growth, for the environment, and the well-being of our coastal communities. Looking after it, the ocean that is simply also the only way to guarantee that those coming after us can benefit from its resources and potential as we have been able to. Norway has had its share of challenges: overfishing, depleted stocks, an ensuing economic downturn, fish disease, marine accidents, and pollution. We have tried to fix this, implementing appropriate policies and technologies with some success. But as we know, the ocean doesn't know borders. And so far, globally, we have not been very good at fixing this. The ocean is not in a good shape. Science tells us that something is wrong. Our very eyes tell us that something is wrong. And as Dr. Owusu said before, since the ocean doesn't have a voice, we must be its voice. So it is to be this voice that we meet today. It was to be this voice that Norway took the initiative to establish the high-level ocean panel in 2018. I am indeed delighted that the President of Ghana was one of the founding members of the panel, and that Norway and Ghana, as coastal states, are willing together with a group of 17 leaders from all continents to spearhead our global efforts for sustainable ocean management. More about this in the messages that will follow. Allow me briefly to mention the cooperation between Ghana and Norway in the areas of marine research, conservation, and sustainable ocean management. It actually goes back to the 1960s, and we attach tremendous importance to it. Our newest flagship is indeed the Fish for Development Partnership, was established in 2019. Our common belief being that the fish
fisheries and aquaculture sectors, the blue economy, in fact, can be a powerful motor for the prosperity and development of Ghana. The Nansen program and the research vessel Dr. Fridtjof Nansen, named after the Norwegian explorer, scientist and humanitarian. It is a state-of-the-art ocean research vessel built to study and understand the ocean, its ecosystem. Over the past years, the vessel has not been able to sail in the Gulf. That the vessel will return to this part of the world and to Ghana
next year, just in time to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the program, thus providing new scientific data, knowledge, of course, being the key to effective policy making. Mr. President, experiences and best practices. As we navigate so many challenges, climate change, biodiversity loss, food insecurity, and work towards the Sustainable Development Goals together, our commitment and resolute action for the oceans and the blue economy will help us build a more resilient
and prosperous future for all, leaving no one behind. If we do it right now, it's a triple win for people, for nature, and for the economy. Let us never forget, we do live on a blue planet. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, with these few words, it is my privilege to welcome a video address from the co-chair of the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy, the Norwegian Prime Minister, Jonas Gahr Støre. Thank you very much.
As co-chair of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, Mr. President, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the ocean. As co-chair of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, it's a great pleasure to address this summit. Norway and Ghana are both members of the Ocean Panel because we agree that the ocean holds the key to solving so many of the great challenges humanity is facing. Ghana is a constructive partner on the panel. I salute the President, not least in providing African perspectives on ocean challenges and potential solutions. I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for your personal commitment and your encouragement. The science is clear. We have reached a tipping point when it comes to ocean health. Urgent action is needed to save, preserve, and revitalize our common ocean. The Ocean Panel has shown that we can build an ocean economy where protection, production, and prosperity go hand in hand. If managed properly, the ocean can provide solutions to present challenges such as climate change, energy supply, and food security. And ocean can help us deliver on the SDGs. The panel has drawn up an ambitious knowledge-based ocean agenda. The aim is for all coastal states to sustainably manage 100% of the ocean areas under their national jurisdiction, guided by sustainable ocean plans. I'm pleased to hear that this process is well underway in Ghana.
Bilateral ocean cooperation between my country, Norway, and Ghana provides a solid foundation for working together to implement the goals related to food production, job creation, and other services from the ocean, and to do so sustainably. I look forward to Ghana's continued efforts to implement the ocean. Good luck, and I look forward to seeing you again.
The President of Palau, His Excellency Surangel S. Quips Jr.
Ali, and greetings from the Republic of Palau. Excellencies, heads of state, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to congratulate the President of Surface. It is the foundation of the blue economy and plays a critical role in supporting human well-being and economic development. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, holds that 50 to 80% of the oxygen in the atmosphere that we breathe comes from the ocean. Ocean, overfishing, deep-sea mining, and habitat destruction are more than just threats to Palau and other island nations, as well as coastal communities. These are issues impacting our lives, our homes, and the livelihoods of the people around the world. It underscores the need to recognize that we are connected, that we share one ocean and one world, that we must work together across borders and sectors to find solutions to these issues. Together, we can build a more resilient and sustainable future for all. Putting a healthy ocean at the heart of decision-making is essential. We must ensure that effective protection, sustainable production, and equitable prosperity go hand in hand to benefit people, nature, and the economy. Success in ocean action will require a shared commitment to ambitious targets, collective action, and innovative solutions that harness the best science and technology that is available. The high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, co-chaired by Palau, Norway, and with Ghana as a member, is doing important work to promote sustainable blue economies that prioritize the health of the ocean while meeting the needs. Members announced by sustainable ocean plans and encourage all coastal and ocean states to follow this commitment so that by 2030, all ocean areas that are under national jurisdiction are sustainably managed. In that connection, Palau announced its very own Blue Prosperity Plan, which strives for a 100% sustainably managed ocean. As part of the Blue Prosperity Plan, we have launched and implemented a marine spatial planning process to study our EEZ and domestic fishing market to provide a science-driven, stakeholder-led, inclusive, and transparent process to define the appropriate use and conservation of our marine resources for the development of our sustainable economy. The product of the MSP will be an SOP that serves to guide appropriate policies and management frameworks for domestic fisheries and tourism and conservation. Success in ocean action is driven by local actions. We must empower and support local communities, governments, and businesses to take action and make a positive impact on the ocean's health and well-being. This Blue Economy Conference provides a platform to showcase success stories, highlight best practices, and share lessons learned, and galvanize action for a healthy ocean that can continue to provide for our needs today and for the generations to come.
Now, Obek Kanukre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the Digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy! Oh! McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Aside Ochame Kwame, who else have you?
And then now I have like Fameon. But even having Fameon, hey.
Do you think now you have blown?
Oh, still crowd. But we just dropped. The funny thing is we just dropped something. So we are yet to see. That was the first time it has happened to me. I was just blown away by the fact that I paid no money to trend and I was trending for like 1 week.
What are some of the comments?
Or buying him ding ding. Yes.
Would you say that's like the tangent you are going, either than the following the regular Afrobeat genre?
The thing is, each individual have their unique fingerprints. But sometimes, because we want to follow something, so we tend to bend and try and do things that other people are doing.
Did you ever regret it? Your comments?
No, that is me. I can't regret who I am. Do you understand?
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said the awankasa obesomu a obesomu no e na obehu say sika wo na sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye no minim dia benya wo.
Abiana bokra na ndamenya wo mu.
Bi baba say obaba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obeware akotena be ma bi fie. Nti nya di papa bi a obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa yan ko school.
Duma we de me kan kwalo. Oye djuma banka won fa won tom. Metuma ka se me de kubebe 1000 pieces beba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obi amini wa won kola me. Say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me kawa pon mu se me sumi wo nipa mu e. Wanye me hwa de wanhye wanye me hwe. Onye oba fufura na na nibre. Afo ho oba bi no wa sport to say no wa boni ten wa pagya no konso me kwa na me ka se ni kombe bu o.
This is the hustler story.
I equally don't believe that climate change is occurring in Ghana or in the world. I believe it's just a political theory for these politicians to probably get some money from us.
Climate change has been described by experts as a crisis of our time. Its effect has got world leaders, religious leaders, and everyone echoing a healthy climate. But it is easy to get lost in the story, with politics and religion getting in the way. Nations and international organizations make time and allocate huge budget to talk about climate change and to find ways of managing its harsh effect on humanity. Unfortunately, there are many people who do not believe in the reality of climate change. Some students of the University of Ghana who spoke to GhanaWeb described climate change as a hoax perpetrated by the political class, while others believe there is nothing humans can do to change the course of nature.
I believe climate change, first of all, if we know by what we've been taught in primary school through to high school, we've been told that it's a problem, and that's just been it. It's been re-echoed and told that it's a problem. But generally, when you look at it, it's more like words put together. It's more like a condition that is just there, but you don't really see the labeling of it, the expansion of what they are really talking about when they say climate change. Like you repeated, world leaders go for meetings and everything, but they talk about it being a future problem. They talk about in 2050, in 2060, that's what we'll be experiencing, maybe high global warming, and we'll see a real effect of climate change. So then you believe, like, really, what's going on? Are we really seeing the changes that they're expecting us to see? So you don't then believe that climate change does exist in a way. So that's maybe my thoughts in short.
Is climate change real?
Yeah, it is real. I believe it is real that the emission of these greenhouse gases into the atmosphere would cause a rise in our temperature. But there are misconceptions in there that I've heard some of them that they are not real. But I believe that it is real and that actions must be taken to curtail the future or the effect of it.
I do not believe that climate change is something really important for us to focus on. I think it's something that is wasting, it's consuming our time. Yes, something like global warming like this. The place is still cold, so if you tell me that global warming is occurring and we have to reduce blah blah blah, I don't feel that climate change is really occurring. I don't believe in it, yes.
I equally don't believe that climate change is occurring in Ghana or in the world. I believe it's just a political theory for these politicians to probably get some money from us. Because they go for these meetings, they get some allowances here and there. So they just go to talk about it. But we're not seeing anything. I don't see any changes in the environment that I'm in right now. It's still like the way I grew up to see it. So I don't see and I don't feel that climate change is real.
Responding to the misconceptions shared by the students on climate change, Professor Kojo Owusu, the director of the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability, warned against taking a fatalistic approach to tackling climate change.
We have to move away from a fatalistic tendency in society. So being fatalistic means that we don't look at the effect of things in a scientific prism, but we attribute everything to God. So if you take that point of view, then there is no need to take any action, because what will happen will happen. So my advice to those people is to revert to science. The scientific evidence is that climate has changed. It's probably or most likely the work of man, and it is because we have emitted a lot of gases known as greenhouse gases that have gone into the atmosphere. So the science accepts that you cannot just flick a magic light or something on and the climate change problem is gone. But through concerted effort and doing things right, in the long run, we can correct some of the damage to the environment that has come from human point of view. So where maybe the skeptics or the people who don't believe and the one who believe is that, yeah, the climatic machine is so huge. The power of nature in terms of rainfall, temperature, is not something one person can do anything about. But all of us doing something and doing it for a long time will have a positive effect. If you cut down the trees, everybody knows what happens. It changes the temperature. It changes the rainfall most of the times. If you want to bring that one back, you can't say, oh, but what will happen, so we won't plant tree. Everybody knows that you plant one tree today, it won't do anything. It will not change anything. But we plant thousands of trees today. Over time, that will have a feedback on the climate system, and it will work. So if it is medicine, banking, money, everything, you cannot say I won't go to work because what will happen will happen. The science is clear that incremental steps taken can have a positive impact.
Professor Kojo Wusu acknowledged that it is not surprising many people believe climate change to be a hoax and a conspiracy theory.
If somebody decides there is no climate change, it depends on what the person is doing. So how am I going to tell that person that farmers are hurting? The rain doesn't come when it needs to come. The rain starts, you plant, and then because of climate change, dry spells, within season drought are common. The person probably lives in Accra, has no contact with agriculture, doesn't know what is going on. So they can say what it is that they are saying. But people who are at the forefront, whose livelihoods directly depend on climate-sensitive sectors, know what is happening. So when there are droughts, prolonged droughts, so the people saying that when they were young, the climate was the same. When Ghana was strategizing, building the Pong Dam, before they built the Akosombo Dam, in the 50s and 60s, if you look at the record, it rained a lot in Ghana. And so we thought we would be fine. But in the last few years, 20 years, look at how many years we have seen drought that has affected Akosombo and other hydrological systems, translated into power outages and stuff like that. And so it depends on where the person is. There is ample evidence to suggest. Go back and look at the climatic record. 3 years ago, there was probably about 2 rains in June in Accra. But that person who says when he was young, the climate was the same. Go back. It will take centuries. June will always be wet. So the evidence is there. If you want to deflect the evidence, you can do that. I mean, in Ghana.
He, however, advised Ghanaians to rely solely on science and not feelings.
The way we analyze the climate is sometimes about feeling, not about the science. So somebody was asking me, I think last month or 2 months ago, there was some haze or dust load in the atmosphere. And people were like, oh, Accra is the most polluted city in the world. And then, funny enough, 2 days or so, there was rain. And then everything cleared up. So where were the people who were saying all those, where are those pollutants? So in every dry season, the Sahara will throw to us a lot of dust. So depending on the intensity, some years the dust will reach Accra, other years it will not. So in the dry season, if there is a lot of dust load in the atmosphere, is expected.
Some people who believe climate change is a hoax say if it was real, countries advocating for it will not do things that are opposite to what protects the environment. But this is what Professor Owusu had to say.
There is a lot of misconception in the premise that you have given to begin with, because I don't even see how Saudi Arabia and the United States and Europe are on the same or in the same basket when it comes to climate change and climate change effort. Saudi Arabia probably will want you to say there is no climate change, so they can pump the oil. That is the mainstay of the economy. The Europeans live on a very tiny land. Sea level rise is a major problem to them. Very interested in climate change issues. America is in a balance. They have a lot of hydrocarbons, but at the same time, depending on who is in power in America, they are also championing a lot of clean energy stuff. So it's not an argument of picking and choose and pitching one country against the other. There are skeptics who tell you that when they were young, the climate was the same as today. How do they know that? What measurement have they taken to see that? Is it about feeling or about science? I feel like the sun is shining today like it was shining when I was 10 years old. So the whole idea is that the science is very clear. The climate has changed. The indicators are not the same for many places. So you go to a country like Switzerland, they will be very serious about climate change because many of their resorts and the culture and everything thrive. So they live in highland areas, having a lot of ice and snow. In this year, in the last few years, some of their resorts can't even open because you can't go skiing in some places because you don't have the amount of snow that will allow you to ski.
Although many dismiss climate change and believe human actions are powerless, climate change is a global crisis that demands our attention and collective action. Elliot Nweti reporting for GhanaWeb.
Now, Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Aside Ochame Kwame, who else have you?
And then now I have like family on, but even having family on,
hey, do you think now you have blown?
Oh, still crowd, but we just dropped. The funny thing is we just dropped something, so we are yet to see. That was the first time it has happened to me. I was just blown away by the fact that I paid no money to trend, and I was trending for like 1 week.
What are some of the comments?
Or buying him ding ding. Yes.
Would you say that's like the tangent you are going, either than the following the regular Afrobeat genre?
The thing is, each individual have their unique fingerprints, but sometimes because we want to follow something, so we tend to bend and try and do things that other people are doing.
Did you ever regret it? Your comments?
No, that is me. I can't regret who I am. Do you understand?
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said the awankasa obesomu a obesomu no na obehu say sika wo na say sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Che bia ne bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Me baba say obaba de odi ni ko school a dachin obeware akotena be ma bi fie ntinya de papa bia obeya ma wo nti ni mama nyina wa fan yan ko school
duma we de me kan kwaro o ye dwon banka won fa won tom metuma ka se me de kube be 1000 pieces be ba metuma nya profit be 2000 won
obi amini wa won kola me say ya me ho ade mpo na hye me kawa pon mu say me sumi wo nipa mu wanyi me ho ade wanhye wanyi me hwe onye oba fufura na ni bire afo ho oba bi no wa sport to say no wa boni tell wa pagya no consume ko na me ka say ni kombe bu.
This is the hustler story.
The women who were
bold enough to approach the police. Even the police officers trivialized the issue. Now, ukuna bowa.
Over reporting.
Over reporting.
Some call it spousal murder. For others, it's revenge killing. What is true, though, is that love-related murder cases appear to be on the increase, with at least 4 murder cases reported in the last 1 month. Today, we take a deep dive into the psychological and social construct that could push a jilted lover to commit murder. My guest today is Dr. Mark Kweku Mensah Obeng, who is a sociologist at the University of Ghana. He would, if you like, educate us about the social construct of why these cases appear to be on the increase. This is The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. Welcome back from the break. This is still The Lowdown with me, Daniel Odro. Doc, thank you very much for your time. It's a pleasure, and I know you're a very busy man, so thank you for spending some time with us. For the uninitiated, why should a sociologist be talking about love-related murder cases?
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel. In fact, the question should rather be, why not a sociologist?
Right.
I mean, essentially, what sociologists do is to study human relations,
right?
Study society and the interactions that take place within the society,
right?
And obviously, an exchange of love, an exchange of emotions, obviously falls within the domain of sociology. We all live in societies, and we know that there are patterns of behavior, and these patterns of behaviors are shaped by the kind of relationship that exists, the bond that unites people. And as a discipline, these are some of the areas we have been specializing in. We have been teaching, we have been researching and publishing within that subfield. So sociologists are very much into it.
Okay.
And we've been doing this for years.
Okay.
And so I believe that we are well placed to contribute to the entire discussion.
You are in academia, and many will say, for something that is as serious as this, maybe we have to go beyond the theory. But walk us through what your research has been showing. Obviously, the increase in the murder cases over the last couple of weeks and months seem to have brought the conversation back to the front burner. But obviously, this is not a new phenomenon. But what is accounting for the increase?
It is certainly not a new phenomenon. Yes, maybe where we are, I think, is the extremeness with this whole idea of intimate partner violence.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
so that's how you call it, intimate partner violence.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, that is how we want to put it, because essentially violence takes place, right? But we are trying to narrow it down to say that these are people who have some emotional connection,
right?
Who have some kind of, and sometimes it's sexual relationship as well,
okay?
Right, and the idea of this, I mean, this has been a very common practice, and unfortunately, some of our cultural practices as Ghanaians and as a society have seemingly allowed us to gloss over some of these signs.
Right.
And so for example, we all know that there have been men who have been abusing their wives.
Right.
They slap them, they kick them. But the average Ghanaian will let it go. Right? But it comes to the top burner. Once, for example, we realize that, okay, that abuse has resulted in hospitalization.
Okay.
Or in the extreme case, it has resulted in a death.
Okay.
Right. And so I'm sure you are talking about what has happened in the last few weeks.
Yeah.
The 4 cases. So everybody is talking about it.
Yeah.
But there are some fundamental issues. They have probably been triggers.
Right.
Right. But again, because we have not paid serious attention to some of these things, many people who are related, many people who are connected, and even the victims themselves might have overlooked it. And so then the ultimate then happens, which is the death.
Is this something that can happen to anybody, or there are particular people with certain upbringing, certain social, if you like, problems that have the tendency to go to the extreme?
So what the research or the data currently is showing is that violence, the human nature has a predisposition to be violent.
Okay.
However, not everybody will trigger physical violence.
Okay.
Okay, and again, sometimes when we talk about these IPVs or intimate partner violence, we are quick to look at the physical, but they are also emotional.
Okay.
I remember a few years ago, there was this whole conversation about marital rape.
Yes.
And the idea was that concept in itself is a misnomer, right? I mean, there should be sexual relationship. Marriage comes with sex. And so on what basis then do you say that? But it tells you a kind of attitude towards IPVs, right? For us to even think that, oh, once there's a consensual relationship, then one partner has unhindered right to have sexual encounter with the other person, with or without the person's consent. Right. And so the point really is that everybody, every human being, and once the emotions take over, but what the study is actually showing is that there are certain people who are more prone to being abused. And ultimately being the subject of these IPVs, being it the extreme or the intermediate ones. So for example, women who are less educated.
Okay.
And sometimes people want to use empowered, right? What the study suggests is that such people are more likely to be victims of IPVs. For the whole idea is that for lack of empowerment, they tend to be more dependent.
Okay.
Especially when it comes to economics.
Right.
Right. His daily bread is dependent on the man. Right. And so then they are able to and again it comes back to some of the whole idea that for us, and again, especially even when there are children in there, right? The mother who is a potential victim of this violence feels inadequate to take care of the kids.
So they stay.
So they'll stay. And sometimes they'll tell you that,
right.
You know, and sometimes there's socio-cultural norms surrounding even divorce or separation, the stigma that comes with it. So in recent times, you hear people, again, there are those who are well educated, who are economically empowered, who can boldly say, oh, I am a baby mama.
Yes.
And that I am a single mother. Right. She's gainfully employed. She has some kind of social support or social capital that she can capitalize on and raise the required resources, first to take care of herself and then the children. What about the women, those who have nothing? And so even though the signs may be there, she's somehow constrained to leave. Right. And another thing is also because of our weak legal system. Right. And again, sometimes you can't even blame the police, for example. So this woman goes and reports the husband. The husband has threatened to kill me, or I have been a victim of physical abuse and all that. What would the police expect to do? Right? The police are expected to take on the message.
Yeah.
But if there's been a threat of death or threat of violence, there should be a shelter to keep this potential victim. But how many of these police or even the social welfare system that we have such places? There are just a few scattered around the country. Right. And so because the infrastructure is not there, and sometimes, and so, you know, off camera I was discussing with you some of the studies that a student just did during the COVID. And one of the very interesting things is that the women who were bold enough to approach the police, even the police officers trivialized the issue. Now, who can now reporting? And some of them are able, bold enough to tell you. In the and what will happen, or when he is prosecuted.
Yeah.
And these are critical issues. So you take the gentleman to be prosecuted. Yes, he goes in and serves the term. What happens? Is he coming back
home to live
with you, or you are indirectly saying that once you report to the police, you are terminating the marriage.
Yeah.
And so there are some social, cultural, as well as legal blockage, right? That makes our response to spousal abuse and spousal killing then seemingly becomes another option, right? For the abusers, right? And so, it's a big issue, and I am happy that once again it has also become a very topical issue, and we hope that we will give it the needed attention, the infrastructure that is required, the training and the awakening that the officers of the law need.
Yeah.
And again, sometimes you even go to the domestic violence unit.
Yeah.
The environment in itself is not even welcoming. Somebody who has been traumatized, who has been abused, whether sexually or physically or emotionally, the basic thing is that that environment that the person is running to should be welcoming.
Right. And yet it is not.
It is not.
Let me zero in on the police officer and the alleged killing of his supposed girlfriend in Kumasi. One of the defenses that came up was that this policeman had not long ago buried his mother, and because of that he probably was
emotionally
traumatized and unstable, which could have triggered him to go overboard and kill this woman. Are such excuses allowed? Because this is a defense somebody could mount in court if this police officer is prosecuted.
Okay, so again, let's do a distinction between what the lawyers will say sustainable defense,
right,
and people giving excuses, right? But again, so what I foresee, for example, is that and the lawyers will tell you emotional disorder or stress or emotional instability,
right,
let's put it that way, are verifiable claims. And again, it is actually one of the causes that leads to people perpetrating all sorts of violence against their loved ones. So, and again, if it is proven, but again, it comes back to the kind of awareness that we are talking about. And as a society, and I am happy again, once again, for this whole thing about mental stress and emotional misalignment, is also coming back. In the past and historically, anybody who have shown these emotions have been described in some very unpleasant terms, right? And again, we have this patriarchal society that tends to kind of see emotions as a sign of weakness.
True.
Right?
True.
And so we have this, and again, I'm on the accounts. The person is emotionally distraught. The person is emotionally drained. He has lost a loved one. Right, so he bogged all these things down.
Yeah.
And because emotionally he's bogged up, he's forced to express his emotion in a violent manner. Right. And so now that these things are coming up, again, I hope that we will be able to respond in a manner that offers us a sustainable path away from some of these things. As for the case, again, it is before the court. But there are other signs that you expect that if you were conscious of some of these signs, somebody could have suggested to the person, now listen, it doesn't look like you are okay.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
But men are not supposed to show sign of weakness. Men are not supposed to show emotions. Right. And so some of all, I mean, it's a barrage of factors.
Okay.
And all these come together to where we are now.
All right, thank you, Doc. We'll go for our first break. When we return, Doc will tell us the telltale signs of someone who could be an abuser and what the remedies are, what the options are when you find yourself, if you like, espousing some of these values or some of these traits of someone who could go to the extreme of murdering their loved ones. This is The Lowdown with me, Daniel Ojo. We'll go for a short break. When we return, we're still here with Dr. Mark Obeng, who is a sociologist at the University of Ghana. There's more on this special episode of The Lowdown.
Now, to sang quite be a want on and be a man in quite be
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Dialogue to lemon and finance.
Welcome back from the break. This is still The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV with me, Daniel Ojo. Today I'm having a very important conversation about what we've come to know as the intimate partner violence, according to Dr. Mark Obeng of the University of Ghana Sociology Department. It's a very big conversation because in the last couple of weeks, as many as 4 people have been murdered by their supposed loved ones in very gruesome and brutal ways. The question I have for Doc, is there something happening with our social fiber? Because some of the extreme levels of the violence, someone will say, is un-Ghanaian. Have we lost our sense of Ghanaianness over the last couple of years?
No, I always laugh at this whole idea of non-Ghanaianness and what really is Ghanaian and what is not Ghanaian. Again, let's also put some of these things into proper context. Now, by virtue of the media, many of the things that happen, even in the remotest part of Ghana, comes to the public, right? But these things have been happening anyway. It's just that if we were poorly connected, and so unless that thing happens within your community, you may probably never have it reported, right? Or you will never even get to know. Okay. But again, what the media also then gives us is an opportunity to let people know, okay, that these things are happening. And that people who tend to be what we call the killers, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. Right, there are always signs of some of these things potentially happening, right? And so, but one of the things, we can also look at the other side to say that, listen, the media is also now creating, and unfortunately, many people don't know that many of the things that is shown, particularly in the movies, are fiction. They think it's the everyday real life.
So people are picking lessons from what
so they pick lessons, and these are acts, right? And so he sees somebody who, within a 2 hours movie, for example, turned from being a poor man, and now within the 2 hours he has become a very successful man. And he envisions that that is possible, right? And so anytime he tries and he's not succeeding, he immediately sees himself as a failure. Right. Even look at intimacy. Right. People watch edited sexual scenes and they assume that their partner should be able to play that same role. Right. And once the partner is unable to do that, the partner is not fulfilling his sexual desire. Right. But again, the whole marriage architecture in itself, I call it a problem-solving mechanism.
How so?
Because I am raised with different value sets. And you are raised with a different value set. You come from different families, different cultural practices, and different orientation. And suddenly, we think that these two people can come together and live in a very harmonious life. And I'm saying that the harmony or that cooperation should be seen as a problem-solving activity. Okay. And that is where in the past, counseling, the puberty rights, and all those other things helped to bring these differences together. Right. I'm a Christian. I attend church. I know what goes on with counseling. What are counselors supposed to do? Counselors are supposed to help you take a decision. But the truth of the matter is that before the couple, the potential couples go to their pastor, they have already agreed that we are getting married.
So the before marriage counseling really doesn't help until maybe after you are married.
Right. And so during the counseling section, what a counselor is supposed to do is walk you through the processes to help you know whether you are compatible or not.
Do they even listen? Would they listen?
Exactly. They are not going to listen because they have fixed their dates.
It's medical.
They have fixed their dates. They have invited their guests. They have planned on how to get all those things. And so one of the ways to address it, I tell people, listen, we have failed when it comes to premarital counseling. But counseling should be a continuous process. Some are bold to admit that they have issues, right? And they will seek help. There are clinical psychologists all over who are willing to offer some of this help. But the first thing is that people must be aware of these challenges. And one of the signs, okay, that shows that your partner may go the extreme is when that partner become controlling.
Okay.
He want to stalk your movements, his interest,
your phone.
everything. And especially if that's not how the person really was. Then suddenly, there's this whole intense controlling behavior emanating from that partner.
But that's a potential.
Exactly, it's a red flag. It means that, listen, the sign is there. If you are not careful, the worst may happen.
Some confuse it for love, obsession.
You know, again, that's one of the things that we have been talking about cultural hidden norms, right? That suggests that, if the man doesn't love you, he will not show concern and protection. But these are extremes. You will see it. If you are observant, you will see it. No, this was not how my husband used to behave. This is not how my wife used to behave. Now, suddenly, he wants to take charge of your entire life. If that sign is happening, then please, you need to watch out. And then another sign that you also want to watch out when these things are also is that there's this whole explosive feeling of rage or anger, right? So there are people when little misunderstanding, and he's all over the place. He's threatening to beat you up. He's threatening to kick you. And sometimes over very simple things, right? I mean, everybody shows anger, right? But you see that, no, this is not normal. And the normal, this is extreme, right? So he goes haywire. And another thing, in fact, some of them, if you are fortunate and if you are smart, they actually verbalize it.
That they would
Mekum.
Okay.
If this continues happening, and sometimes they'll tell you, Mekum. Please, these are not signs of love. I beg you. This is not sign of love. This is a sign that if you are not careful, the worst may happen. Right? And so there are some other, so they lose completely their emotionality. Right? Under normal circumstances, when somebody does something that is bad, over time, we expect that the person will show emotions, remorse, sympathy. But you realize that these traits are missing. And he boasts about the fact that the last time when you did it, I hit your hair against the wall. And he's proud of that temperament. Please, it's a sign that the person you are dealing with needs help.
Okay.
But you actually also need help. In fact, you are the first person who needs help. And the help you need is get out.
Do you go to your family? Do you go to the professionals? What do you advise?
For me, get out.
Even
And look at where, you see, You won't advise people to go to their family when you know their family itself is a problem. You won't advise the person to go to the police when you themselves, you know that the police will trivialize your complaint. Okay. But what is important is that it means that you need a break. Move out. Move out does not necessarily mean that you have ended the marital. You are only moving out first to save yourself. Okay. And then, in your reflection, you know where to get help from. And so for me, it's not about whether you are going to the family or you are going to the professionals. It is about first saving yourself first. Okay. And then you will know the next direction to take.
But what do you make of people who say, we all know what has happened with our economy in the last couple of years, that the fact that people have gone through some financial challenges, they are unable to do the things they used to do. Everybody seems to be on edge. The smallest thing seems to trigger people.
Yes, so it also comes back to this whole, idea about emotional intelligence. So by killing your spouse, by abusing your spouse, suddenly your economic situation turns around and becomes better? No. What I admit is that the economic situation we find ourselves potentially put virtually everybody at risk. But that is also where your emotional intelligence comes in. Your sign of maturity comes in. In the past, we have said that marriage matures people. Yeah. Right? Family matures people. Right? Some of the risky behavior, there's enough research to show that married men in particular, marriage, family, lowers the tendency for men to embark on risky behavior, right? And so, yes, the economic stress is virtually on everybody. It is hurting people emotionally. Everybody is stressed. Everybody is stressed. But again, it comes back to communication. Okay? In Akan, we say that obienua or ware netamfo. So what it actually means is that prior to wherever current state you find yourself, there was a point where emotionally you felt compatible. Yeah. Right? Cultivate the habit of sharing views, sharing emotion, sharing thoughts, and whatever. Right? And so we learn to communicate effectively. We communicate effectively. The economic situation, whatever, will never be an excuse for committing any of these heinous crime. And when you do that and the law deals with you, those excuses will never suffice.
Okay. So that's advice to the individuals in the relationship. What do you have to say to bigger institutions like the media? Okay, this has happened the last 1 month. We are obviously throwing a lot of spotlight on it, highlighting it. But what do we do from here? What does the police do from here? What does DOSU do from here? All the institutions, the social welfare, what do they have to do going forward? Because if not, this will happen, we report it. There's a period where it doesn't happen, then there's another explosion where 3-4 women or people are killed again because of intimate related violence.
So maybe I should use this platform to also, and again, you guys control the conversation in and around the country. For the media, I think one of the things they have to stop doing is trivializing some of these things. Okay. I think we should see it as a major crime and we should treat it as such. Anytime we trivialize some of these things, so for example, come on, that the lady who was murdered in Kumasi was double dating, that is never an excuse to kill. It should never happen. Yes, but again, it's also about who we give the microphone to. Because all these things happen because somebody, and that suddenly changed the narrative.
Okay.
Right? That lady was double dating, he had a boyfriend in the US.
Justified.
Exactly. And when you do that, the subconsciousness of people keep in these things. And the next time they feel like, they were right after all.
Mm-hmm. Right. And everything,
Exactly. So, and then I think that our domestic violent victim unit really needs support. It needs support. In fact, some of the places when you go there, even the desk that is supposed to give to the woman who has been traumatized is not welcoming.
We don't pay attention to
Somebody is running from murder. Somebody has been threatened. The first thing you want to assure that person is that there's a shelter for somebody. I don't mean a physical shelter, but at least the officer should be welcoming. Yeah. And I know the police service have been running series of training for their officers. But sometimes you see that there's a difference between the training and what actually happens on the ground. I think we need to double our game. And then again, the court should also be. And sometimes again, is the media, you know, we break the news, right? But we don't follow through. And so, for example, I expect that we should spend time in following. And when we know, because at the end of the day, I mean, ultimately, justice will be served. But the hype that we give to the breaking news when the incident happens, same is not done when there's a final judgment and a closure on the case. If the same amount of attention is given to the judgment, people out there who are also contemplating on doing that begins to know, hey, Masa, right? And then we begin to learn from it. But I mean, it's a bigger conversation, and we need to work as a society. We need to pay attention to some of these issues.
Doc, finally,
and offer the support.
I don't want us to conclude by making it sound like it's only men that perpetuate violence on women, because there are instances where the opposite is also true. What are some of the traits that a man can identify in a woman and say, this woman,
you see, it's come back to the whole socio-cultural practices that we have built around ourselves over the time. Men are not supposed to show emotions. Men are struggling, right? There are some men who are staying unreasonably long hours in the office simply because they want to avoid.
They don't want to go.
Right.
The manager that.
You see, but again, this man is constrained by cultural norms to even voice out. He tells you, and the first thing you do is, you know, you who is a friend, who is supposed to help him out, right? But my point really is that for men, please talk. Find somebody and confide in, right? Let us not reduce our pastime into talking about other genders. Let's also talk about ourselves and our personal needs. Exactly. Let's also talk about emotions. It matters a lot. In fact, the pressure on men is even higher than women, because for you are not only thinking about yourself, you're also thinking about your spouse, who by social norms are expected to be your responsibility, and your children. And you know how difficult it is when there's no man even in the life of their children. And there are many studies that suggest that the absence of a man actually in the life of a child, okay, drags his success by close to 30%. And that especially for women who have been very successful, many of them are successful because they have a male figure, either their biological father or an uncle or somebody stood in for them. Right. And so men, your children need you. Your wife need you. So if you have any of these things, please forget about men don't show emotions, and that when you show emotions, it means that you are a weaker vessel. It is never true. It actually means that you want to care for yourself and care for your dependents.
Right. Thank you very much, Doc. This has been very enlightening conversation, and hope that it's going to extend the conversation of what I have learned today. Intimate partner violence, IPVs, and hopefully men will learn to speak up, men will learn to show emotions, and learn to speak about their problems at home. And Doc has told us about the red flags that you need to identify and first of all move out if you can to save your life and later on maybe save your relationship, whether or not you want that. My name has been Daniel Odo. It's been another edition of The Lowdown. Thank you very much, Doc. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for coming.
Back same time next time with another edition of the show. Until then, it's bye for now.
Now, oh, me.
Oh, back canocre. Susu sang quite be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange rate in unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Would send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Aside Ochame Kwame, who else have you?
And then now I have like Family on, but even having Family on, hey.
Do you think now you have blown?
Oh, still crowd, but we just dropped. The funny thing is we just dropped something, so we are yet to see. That was the first time it has happened to me. I was just blown away by the fact that I paid no money to trend, and I was trending for like 1 week.
What are some of the comments?
Or buying him ding ding. Yes.
Would you say that's like the tangent you are going, either than the following the regular Afrobeat genre?
The thing is, each individual have their unique fingerprints, but sometimes because we want to follow something, so we tend to bend and try and do things that other people are doing.
Did you ever regret it? Your comments?
No, that is me. I can't regret who I am. Do you understand? Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo se dia wan kasa obesomu a. Obesomu no e na obehu se sika wo na se sika ni.
Juma na me ya minim dia menya wo. Che bia ne bokra na. Minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba se oba ba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obe ware akotena be ma bi fie. Ntinya de papa bia obe ya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa ya ko school.
Juma we de me kan kwalo. O ye juma banka on fa on to no. Metuma ka se me de ku be 1000 pieces be ba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa hu nkola me. Say ya me hwa de mpo na hye me ka wa pon mu se me su me wo nipa mu e. Wanye me hwa de wanhye wanye me hwe. Onye oba fufura na ni bire. Afo ho oba bi no wa sport to say no wa boni tan wa pagya no konso me kwa na me ka se ni kombe bu o.
This is the hustler story.
When you go
I read every single thing. Like, I'm telling you, I read everything. I can even tell who said this, who said
what are
it.
some of the comments?
Or by any ding.
We are back on another exciting edition of Talk Entertainment, and I am your host Elsie. On this episode, we have here the beautiful Abiana.
Hi.
Hi, you're welcome.
Thank you, love. How are you?
So ravishing. I'm good.
Thank you.
I said to you before the show started, I like your costume.
Thank you.
Your sneakers. What inspired the look, though?
Charlie, me, I don't know. Something just happened, and then I pick everything together.
Just join together.
Yeah.
Okay, Abiana, what have you been up to? Lately, we don't see much of you like that.
Someone say, you are not monitoring. You must be... Hey, you are not a monitoring spirit. You are not a proper monitoring spirit.
Oh, bye.
Maybe.
Hey.
Yeah, Cho. I was like rated 5th. Like my costume. You go to my page, you see it. Yeah.
Then I wasn't looking.
You see, your mind is somewhere else.
I know, right?
The people that you were expecting.
So you dodged it.
Oh, I did, but unfortunately, not the red carpet you were expecting, so I wasn't there.
What do you mean the red carpet? I wasn't
okay, so there was a TV3 red carpet. You get that, but I think I was late. So I passed that.
Oh, bye, no maybe. Okay, moving on. Earlier, I think in a conversation with Ephraim here on GhanaWeb TV, you made some statements that Is either you Ephraim or United Showbiz. You said the reason why you think you haven't blown is because there are lots of debt around your name. And now that
there's no debt around,
you've been involved in quite a number of controversies here and there. Do you think now you have blown?
Oh, still crowd. But we just dropped. The funny thing is we just dropped something. So we are yet to test the whole thing. The debt on which debt?
No, this one is not debt. This one is small controversy.
So, but there's nothing. There's nothing.
It was something. No, you
really?
were trending. You can't tell me you know you were trending.
Oh, we know we're trending, but for what?
Back to back.
For what?
Do you know what people do for that?
Oh, it's like we are grateful in all things. We are grateful. The fact is, people that never knew me Googled my name up. I was in the market doing my promo. As she mentioned, what have I been up to lately? I think in February, I went to activate my Shika song at the market with the Mokala women. So as I was vibing with them, someone passed and was like, "Hey, Abiana, what are we here? I went to guide out." So in a way, he also met me in the market and I was doing something else. And he was like, "Oh, you're a nice girl." Like, you get what I'm saying? So it's in a good way helped.
But for some time, we were not seeing you in Mentor.
Really?
Yes. On the panel.
On the panel?
Yeah.
Yo, so I'm a guest judge. So I'm not like a permanent judge like the other ones, like the Richie and then the Kwabna. So you know that sometimes they need people to do the selection. Then after the selection, then they take them to the final round. So like I wasn't frequently coming there as often as it was. So I'll be invited in to fill in for someone.
So rather it wasn't Mark's comments, because I was thinking his second comments made you not come on the show.
No.
You heard his second comments, right?
I didn't hear anything. What did he say?
Yeah, that's his time.
No, in his time. You see, in his time, I was young by then. I was like 16. So in his time, like, how could I be a judge? He was honest. He was honest. Let's just think about it that way.
So you didn't feel any type of way about it?
The fact that I was talked about by few seconds of a video, and then they're using that to judge my character, that hurts. Because if you know me personally, you know that I'm a very nice person, but I just don't joke with my job. Like, give me a job, I'm so serious on that job. Like, I don't want anything that is not worth the criteria you've given me to just pass in. So probably the way I'll go through that process, you will not like it, but at the end of the day, is it what you asked me to do?
But aside the whole buzz around it, forget, celebrities are human beings too. Did that worry you in any way? Were you feeling down, sad at a point when those issues were coming? Everybody, Abiana, this, that, trolling.
You know the funny thing, like, that was the first time it has happened to me. I was just blown away by the fact that I paid no money to trend, and I was trending for like 1 week.
So you were excited?
Yes, I was like, I've never, I don't know, like, effortlessly.
When you go on
I read every single thing.
brave.
Like, I'm telling you, I read everything. I can even tell who said this, who said
what are
this.
some of the comments?
Or by any ding. Yes, and then I'll go and look at the person's picture.
Wow.
And then I'll come back.
And I'll watch your picture.
No, reserve media. Like, it's in always a contrast. Yeah, na madam nyame as say at least yes me nim ye din, but say fe me da nyame as.
Oh my goodness. But anyways, like, so I'm still not really convinced.
You're not convinced that wasn't hurt.
Yeah, right.
Oh yeah, my family members were. My father, my mother, my sisters, my sister in abroad, she'll call me and she'll be like, "Abiana, are you sure you're okay?" I said, "Me, I'm okay. Me, I'm okay." And you're like, "Okay, if you're okay, I'm fine." Yeah, it hurts, but from how I've been brought up and the things that I've gone through, and even what I've read, or how far I've read, or how far my knowledge comes in with human personalities and people's character and their judgments and their utterances, and I've got to know that when someone is making and is making an opinion or stating a fact. It's from their belief. It's from how they were brought up, their values, what they hold. So probably they are pained by that, like they're scorned by things that happen to them, and it looks like if it was them, it would be harder for them to even bounce back. But seriously, the guy cries, still check up on him. He's like my friend.
So you are close now?
Yeah, like we are cool. When I don't hear from him, I'll go and check. Kofi Kel, how are you? I'm checking up on you. Are you okay? So we do.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's not as if, like, I'm nice, but I don't joke with my job. That's all.
So what? That brings us. What's the most interesting comments you've heard about you so far?
That's it. That I'm ruthless, and
I mean, the ruthless. There's something a lot of people say ever since the video went viral.
Yeah.
Another thing.
Hey, Mekacho, many be in danger. I'll never forget. And what? It's gone. I flashed it.
Wow.
It's gone. It's back here. I say people that do stuff to me, sometimes I don't even remember them. I don't. I can see you've done something to me, but I don't remember. Because when I'm hurt by something, my brain just makes it in such a way that it's pushed like to the back. Whether we're cortex nature, you don't know. It won't come back again until something triggers it and then it comes back. But it's gone.
Moving away from that, let's go to music. And why haven't you really had quite a number of collaboration? Owing to the fact that that's another way of shooting you or your craft
to the
spotlights. That's like one of the easiest way. Why haven't you really had a number of, asides Ochame Kwame, who else have you?
And then now I have like Famea on, but even having Famea on, hey,
was difficult.
Look, collaborations are difficult. See, after you've even like made the song, and then if you have to promote it, to get the artists to be involved in the promotions, to be involved in the music video, it takes a lot. I was like, hey, and this is what people are saying you should do collaboration. It's not easy like that. It's not easy like that to have someone who is willing to say, okay, come, I want to share my light with you. I want to share my energy with you. It's not difficult. A lot of people do it because someone like Fameye, he shared his light and his energy, and everything that he did was just on point. His vibe was clean. But there are some people, they are scared that even if when they share something with you, how would you manage that thing? For them, that is it. So it's so difficult to get collaboration. I just had one, and even to like shoot a video, it's difficult getting from here because his schedules are so different from mine.
So you mean it's not like you've not reached out?
Yeah,
you have.
Yeah, there are some people they will tell you, okay, with time. Oh yeah, but yeah, we'll do it. Like they give you that optimism that it will happen. But there are some people too, they are really ready for collaborations. So I've reached out to a couple of them, a lot of them. Hello.
Would you accept that Ochame Kwame, you and Ochame Kwame's Bolgatanga Girl, did you own the song or he did?
No, he did. It's his.
Would you accept that it was your break, sort of?
No. It propelled me into the industry. It shot me. Like people that never knew of Abiana for the first time, they heard, but they didn't even know the face until I dropped my Adunle. So they've heard the name Abiana, but there was no face behind it. They knew that there was a girl on the record, on the Bolgatanga Girl. Until I brought Adunle, then they started seeing the face behind all these records. So it did like propel me in some way, but like it's not something that shot me to fame. No.
Your kind of music, it has a unique touch. It reminds me of anytime I hear your music, it reminds me of not to make your head swell.
Oh, Cho.
Mariam Makiba, those kind of different sounds. You know, Wiyala. Would you say that's like the tangent you are going, either than the following the regular Afrobeat genre?
The thing is, each individual have their unique fingerprints, but sometimes because we want to follow something, so we tend to bend and try and do things that other people are doing. But if you know yourself that well and you look deep within, you know that this is what makes me unique, and then you try to apply it. Not everyone has the confidence to apply their passion or use their fingerprint like solely. Do you get what I'm saying? So not everyone can do that because people are in a hurry. People are in a hurry and you don't know whatever. Everyone has their unique print. So for me, it comes natural. It's not like I'm intentionally want to do this. When I pick up a pen and I write, that's how it sounds like. It's not like I want, but I've realized that I have something very unique about what I do. If you have your characteristics, so you can put those characteristics on the track, and then when they hear it, they're like, this is an Abiana sound. But people don't know that one too. So you have to know yourself.
So what's your category? Are you neo soul, Afrofusion? Where do you fall?
They always ask, but my base is high life. Like core is high life. But as much as it's high life, I have soul. I know how to tap into it and then bring all the lyrics out or emote a feeling on a sound. So because I know how to do that very well, I can be able to blend this high life and bring out that soul from the high life. So I also say that I like to call my sound the soul life.
Soul life.
Yes.
So that brings me to a question relating to that again. Are you towing the Wayala direction, that where people know the artists but they don't really know their songs?
Oh no.
Because that's how it's looking.
That's
like.
how it's looking
Yes.
like.
You
So
are
they don't
more popular than your songs.
Hey, so my face is there,
You
but
are
the songs are not
more
there.
popular than your
So
songs.
right now, what you've said is a critique for me. So now I have to find a way to let the songs go. So now I've learned something. So I'm willing to learn. So it's not as if I want to go the Wayala. I don't know if that is how it's going. Then I have to now focus on. So it's something that I have to work on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I've heard you. And let's go back to all the way back to mentor. If you have the chance to actually be on the panel again, would you do what you did? Would you tour that same trajectory? What you did, the critique, the comments that landed you in the media, whatever, would you do that again?
See,
if anybody comes and sings trash, would you still give that same comment again?
See, I have a little sister. She says she wants to teach me how I can be able to be nice and pretend. I'm a ruthless, honest person. I don't know how to hide something which is bad, but I've realized that in the public space and where we are as Ghanaians, people don't like it when you're like honest, bluntly honest. They don't like it. So I'm finding a way. Seriously, if I'm to go again, I have to reconstruct my composure again. Yes, maybe I have to find a way. But it's not everyone that will get it. But sometimes people should pardon me. This is who I am. I can't, but I'll try to be able to be nicer when I'm addressing those things. Yeah.
But did you ever regret it? Your comments?
No, that is me. I can't regret who I am. Do you understand? It is me. I can only try to alter some parts, but I cannot fully say I regret. If I regret, that means God is so angry with that. That's who I am.
All right, it's interesting. I know the conversation is getting interesting, but let's take a breather. When we come back, we'll delve into her project and other things you might want to know about Abiana when she's not on stage doing her thing or being on the panel and all that. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're still watching Talkatainment. If you just joined us, and we have here the beautiful Abiana. We are still chit-chatting about her and everything about her, actually. So, Abiana, how was your upbringing like? Were you living with strict parents? How was it like for you growing up?
You people. Yeah, it was. I grew up in Kotobabi. Yes, Kotobabi down. And I live with my stepmom and then my dad. So my upbringing, I wouldn't say it was a joyful word or anything, but it was it was what it was supposed to be. Because if now I'm here, it's because of that upbringing. Yes, so it was just what it was supposed to be.
It was what it's supposed to be. That Black Sharif made that comment earlier. Okay, so challenges. What have been your challenges so far doing music, pursuing music?
Money. Investments. Money. Right now, my money is all finished. My money is finished. I use all to do promotion. But we are here to recoup back. The money is, and then probably the right connections. Because in this industry, if you don't have the right connections, I'm not sure that you're making the right steps. You'll be making some mistakes you don't even know. And then information. A lot of us don't read. We are in a craft where the business side of music is now becoming something that we have to take, we have to concentrate on the business side of music. So if you don't read music business and you don't even know how to promote your songs, or you don't even know how much money you're making on a platform, you're losing out. So that information side, artists are so drawn into their work. I want to record this, I want to shoot a video, but at the end, what are the business side? How are you looking at that? I think that's where information is important. So we don't have much information, even though it's in the internet. How are you searching for that information? So I just entered, I went to, I think VGMA did a royalty something, so they invited Share Publishing to come in, and I went to sit in because I was having a problem with one publisher and stuff. So I realized that we don't have it. If you really want to read the honest asemato, then later you go and make the investigations before you see, I had to do this. But so I think the information on that,
Sure. You've been at events, you've mounted stages, you've been backstage, you've been a number of places. I can't mention all. Through all that, have you had any interesting encounter? It could be with your colleague, it could be with an organizer, it could be anything that has actually caused you to feel some type of way. Maybe you've been I'm trying to look for the right word. Maybe something that has got you offended. Or maybe it could be any interesting encounter whilst at those events. It could be backstage, it could be anywhere. Have you had anything like that?
Maybe I'm too young in the game for me to be something that's interesting to happen to me. But as I've started, the fact that I hated that I was always put I'm always the first person to grace the stage. That was what I was like, why is it that every time I come first, I have to grace the stage first before other people come? But I accept that I was now coming. So it's oh, yeah, they'll make a you get our whole thing. But it was something that I understood, and then I gelled to, and then I understood. So I've not had any interesting thing that perked my imagination to be I was treated bad or maybe good, nothing like that.
Ever been depressed?
Yo, depression, dear me, that word, it's now that I'm hearing it plain to you. When we were young, we never heard depression. It's now that we are hearing that word plain to you. But I can say that I've been down before because I'm a human being. I cry lots of times. I do cry a lot. But when I cry, the next moment I'm up, I'm doing what I have to do. No. It's sometimes me see me Suriana song. I forgot. Yeah, me Suriana song. Mostly it's about work. Maybe I'm not doing the right thing. Something just be back at me. I was supposed to do this, and if I had this, I could have done this. You get that whole thing. If I had the money, I would have done this. If I don't have the money, that kind of thing. Then you cry
more like anxiety.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
What's your inspiration for writing music?
It comes from plenty places. So, can be sitting here and something will just strike me, just strike my imagination, and then I'll look at the thing, and then I'll start writing something. I remember Abiana on my album, Alemle Lala. I was just lying down and I heard a noise from outside. But mostly, I'll be in the writing mood and then something will happen. So if I like this, I was practicing on my guitar. So I heard the noise. And then when I heard the noise, I went. There was a little child in the kiosk. And then the police were trying to like dismantle it. It was in front of someone's house, and the person didn't want those quarters around the house, so they were breaking it, and the baby was crying. So the mother was just running, hey, me bad that demo, me bad that demo. So as she entered and she took the child was crying. So it evoked the feeling in me, and then I started writing Ibahi. Then Ibahi is a social commentary song which says that like it will be well. So I talked about a child crying, the mother didn't have money because the government promised them school and they didn't deliver the school, that kind of thing. So there are things that interest me when I see things around me, my stories, my stories, other people's stories. So it comes from all of
you are looking at.
I'm not looking at it, but see, if I find that intelligent man who will be able to take me on, that kind of thing.
Sweep you off your feet.
You sweep me off my feet too. I'm a handful. I'm very stubborn.
Oh, okay.
I'm stubborn. I know I'm stubborn. Every time some people say I'm stubborn, and I say I'm not stubborn, but I know I'm stubborn.
That kind of someone who can be able to lead and
that kind of thing. Because if you don't lead, you see, no, me, I'm leading.
You won't respect him.
It's not respect. I'll take on some decisions or on my life that I know that I have to really collaborate and then
consider
that kind of thing. I'm that kind of person. I'm the first one, so you know, first ones always we are thinking straight ahead. Yeah, it's me. I have to do this. I have to do it. But when you're with a partner, you know that it's a collaborative effort.
Would you say you are strong-willed?
Very, very, very. If I say this is my target, nothing stops me. Very, very.
So how has that been in terms of working relationship with colleagues and even family?
Family.
Yeah.
My family, they don't come into my music business like that. So.
They never stopped you?
No. My father never, like, they knew I would. Because, like, from infancy, they knew I would. But they never saw that maybe I'll be the person in the family to do that, because there are lots of singers in the family. But they knew that at least one day one of us would do something. So my family don't intrude in my life like that. They don't talk about my music. They know I'm doing well and they understand, they love it. And then apart from that, nah.
Were you that wild kind of senior when you were in school? Because you look it.
No. I'm cool. I'm cool. I was in Tapi. The only thing about me.
Which school though?
St. John's Grammar.
Oh, okay.
So I was in Tapi. And during their time, they really had fun. I'm not strict. I just go with the flow. I'm not difficult. But if I have to get something done, I make it happen. Whether you support me or not, I'll make it happen.
Let's move on to your projects. What are you currently working on for your fans after your little break?
So now I've released a song called Far Away by Me and Famille. So it's Abiana featuring Famille. Far Away. And it's available everywhere. Just go and then search Abiana Far Away and then you get it. And so that's it. It's a love song.
Oh, okay.
It's a beautiful love song. Have you ever heard Famille on your love song?
Yeah.
Yeah, which with who?
I don't want to promote it.
Yeah, but
you
like
have to pay money.
But like Famille's delivery on the song.
Oh, Famille is good when it comes to collaborations. He's very dope. Famille is a good artist in general.
Yeah, Famille.
And anytime he's on a song, it's magical. You know, he easily blends with the people
he knows the vibe that is happening, and then he gives it back.
I'm sure the song will be a banger.
Yeah, it is. It is. Already, I'm getting lots of comments from other people, and they really love it.
In the run-up to the VGMAs, I don't know whether you heard the discussion. It was the gospel fraternity versus the secular pushing the VGMA agenda. People were for Black Sharif. People who were supporting Black Sharif were tagged as darkness versus light. Well, like, what's your take on this whole thing about gospel arts not non-participation, not winning too much awards and all of that. What's your take on it?
I think that we human beings like to put too much disparities between things. Music is music. Music is music. An artist is an artist. We shouldn't put forms to stuff. We shouldn't do woman, man. We shouldn't do that. Everything is an art. So everybody deserves to win.
Okay, and then there's this assertion too that when secular artists go for events, they pay them more than gospel artists.
That one, I don't know anything
I
about.
Say gospel artists need to be crumbs. Make a say, oh, God bless you for coming. Thank you for coming.
Hey,
but
I've not been there. I've not been there. But the
secular acts, they can pay them what 100,000 cedis and stuff like that.
I've not been there. This one, there, no comments. But
what's your highest paycheck so far, though?
Charlie, you want me to disclose it here? So that when somebody is watching, you say, I can't afford you. I don't want that. Please, I'm affordable.
Okay, where did you get your highest paycheck?
I don't even remember. True. I love you, but I can't pay your school fees.
Hey, Media General for my highest paycheck.
Oh. I beg. I don't know anything about that. That's one is management this thing. When my financial this thing, accountant comes to sit here, they ask because I don't know that. The books they account.
Okay. So we're about to draw the curtains on the interview. So you tell your fans your last words. Anything you want them to know. You put your social media handles too out there.
Our love go carry us far away, far away, far where no one knows. So my new song with Famea, Far Away, is out. If you're watching me now, just take your phones, go to all digital stores, Boomplay, iTunes, wherever that you stream music, just type Abiana, Far Away, and then you get the song and download it Jeje for me and leave a comment. And you're watching me now, I know that Rebecca said, hey, you don't even know where you're going to find me, but I'm on Twitter, Facebook, IG, everywhere. Just go and type Abiana Music, ABIANAMUSIC, and it's together. Follow me up and let's vibe. You know me, I'm here, I'm your baby girl, and I'm your favorite African songstress. Thank you for watching.
Follow her, she doesn't bite. We draw the curtains to this edition of Talkatainment. We catch you another time. Till then, stay blessed. We're out.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
This happened on our last day in Benin.
So as I said, my name is Christopher Yasudo, and I'm very happy to meet you in the Temple of Itan. In this temple, we worship and we pray each night. that we call royal python. They are snake, but they don't harm people. They don't have teeth, they don't have poison. Okay, they don't bite at all. We worship them because in the past they protect the kingdom. During war time, these snakes defend our land. That's why Kweda people worship them. Kweda is the ethnic group that worship the python. And to recognize the Kweda, you just have to look into their faces. They have marks, like the man in the office. They have 2x5 marks on their faces. So in the past, we have the passports. When they travel, people easily know that they come from Kweda. We say Kweda now because of the French. They could not pronounce very well Kweda. They say Kweda. The temple exists 13th centuries, if not in the past of the forest. That's why we still have some trees around. Okay? And in the Golden tradition, we have some trees that are sacred, like baobab tree, iroko tree, because these trees embody the spirit that we worship every market days. So this is a sacred tree. This one is an iroko. Alive or dead is still sacred because the spirit is still inside. Market days, we go at the foot of the tree and we pray. We give offering to the spirit like palm oil, corn flour, food, drinks.
When is the market day?
Each 3 days, each 5 days.
Oh, okay.
Inside we have 2 types of python. This one is a female that we call dangbe dre. Dangbe dre is long, while the male is short. We call the male dangbe bong. Dre means that is long, bong short.
Oh.
Yeah, so inside is a shrine. What is the spirit that we worship? Today is not market day. That's why the door is closed. If not, every market day we open the door, and the priests and those who are initiated, they're going to do ritual. And every 7 years we have a big ceremony of purification. During this ceremony, we return the jar and we put it out. And the priestess of the temple, the woman in front, she chose 41 Ogu in Wida. But in Nigeria, for Nago Yoruba people, they call it Ogu Orisha. In Eri, in Brazil, they call it Ogu Ferai. Okay. Okay, you want to touch it, so you have to purify yourself. Okay. In purification and protection. You can touch the body. It's soft and cold. Okay. You have to change your fear to audacity. Maybe you are scared. Okay. Remove your cap and we will try it.
Abigail is not scared.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
What is going on?
Okay.
Let's calm down. No, relax. And now spine. That's your movement. Oh my God.
10 more. Good now. I mean, yeah, that's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
So we take off our shoes before entering the snake.
Okay. So this is the living room.
Okay.
Once a month, we open the door, release them, and they go out. We don't give them food inside. Okay. So when they go out, they find rats around their minds. They don't have teeth, so they strangle and they swallow. When they finish, they come back. Or when people meet them on their way, they bring them back. They are very happy to see them because they are sacred in our tradition. And it's a blessing to wake up in the morning and see the snake in your house. Okay? And inside, they used to drink sacred water. They drink this water, and with this water, you can make wishes. If you have some wishes, and you just get down, you purify yourself. And you ask what you want to the deity. Okay, but only for good purposes. You don't pray in a bad way. When you finish, you let an offering. It's a money, but any amount to be grateful to the spirit. Okay. And each month they change the skin. And sometimes we use the skin to continue the rituals and signs. Okay. They live like human beings. and the medium age is about 30 to 40 years. So when they die, normally we don't say that the python die in our tradition. They travel because they are spirits. So when it happened, we bury them. This is the cemetery, and we bury the snake like human beings with all respect. We have some feasts of ceremony that we do before
we bury them. So how many pythons have died here?
I can't estimate. I can't because the temple exists since 13th. It's a lot. Okay. Once a month when we release them, because of the new main road, people can cross to them. So when the accident happens,
okay, then they'll bring it here, and then they'll purify yourself here, and then they'll bury it here.
Okay. And outside, we have the baobab tree. Just out, you have a look. This baobab tree out. It is 600 years old baobab.
So they have a souvenir market. How much is this one?
2,000.
2,000. Safer. So I was able to get a magnet here. Yeah, that's the only thing that has a Benin written on it. So. This brings us to the end of all the videos in Benin. Let me know in the comment section which video is your favorite. Until next time on my next video in Ghana, I love you all. Mwah. Okay.
Let's calm down. No, relax. And now spine. That's your move here. Go ahead. Oh my god.
Take pictures.
Send more. Wait now. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Did you get pictures?
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wabra yan Tennessee. And let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for first transaction. Or they send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E was said the awankasa obesomu a obesomu no na obehu say sika wo na sika ni.
Juma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Nte bia no bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Bi baba say obaba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obeware kwotena be ma bi fie ntinya de papa bia obeya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa yan ko school.
Juma we de me kan kwalo o ye juma banka won fa won tom. Metuma ka me de kubebe 1000 pieces beba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obi amini wa won kola me say me hwade mpo na hye me kawa pon so say me so me wo nipa mu e wanye me hwade wanhye wanye me hwe onye oba fufura na ni bire afo ho oba bi no wa sport se no wa boni tan wa pagya no kon so me kwa na me ka se ni kon bebu o.
This is the hustler story.
The way I operate, the others don't want to operate that way. My policy is to just come there, get them out by force, the same way they came in. Because you fight fire with fire.
welcome to this week's Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. There's been a lot of talk about a skating park here in Accra and a lot of controversies about who owns this land or not. Now we're here to speak to the actual owner of the land, Kwame. And Kwame is going to give us all the details about that land and whether or not there are any links to the LGBTQ plus community. Kwame, let's begin from what we know. We know that this land was or is being used for a skating park.
Correct.
Is that true?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, so who owns that land?
This is an NGO run by Self Ghana, which is owned by Sandy Aibo, but I am the owner of the land.
You own the land?
And the house next to it, yes, correct.
Okay, all right. Now, your tenants are Self Ghana?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Now, what is really the issue with the land? Is there any issue at all?
Now we don't have an issue with the land. The main issue is that we have a scammer, as they call them, or land grabbers, who falsify documents, look for loopholes in the policies, and try to claim a land. So that man who happened to come to my property has been there before. He has been there 2 years ago. He has been there when my mother was alive. And how come he has not taken it? He would always go away, but his new excuse right now is that I have the time. I've been on that property for 45 years. 45? It was purchased in 1977.
Okay.
And you're coming to tell me right now that you have papers. This is out of the blues. It's complete insanity. But Mr. Kwashi was able to present himself. So
who is this Mr. Kwashi you mentioned?
He's unknown to me, to be honest. He's unknown. But he claims
is that the person claiming ownership to the land?
But to be honest, I think he has a backing, you know? Because that man doesn't have that kind of money to do all that landscaping and construction that he's saying, reclaiming of his property, you know.
When you say backing, what kind of backing are you talking about?
To be honest, I have a feeling that he's been backed up by somebody.
Somebody,
I don't know who.
What?
I don't know.
In what kind of circles?
It's just financially.
Financially?
Yeah, because that property is located in a prime location. It's a hotspot, so there are definitely many people looking to grab it. So, of course, these are just speculations. I cannot say for a fact that it's not just him, but we've seen him in the past. That's not how he came.
Okay. So he comes back to the land to claim ownership?
Yes, correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now your tenants are Self Ghana. They are the ones running the skating park.
Correct.
Now that's where the main issue is. There are two schools of thoughts. The first one, that this place is just a skating park, and then the second one is that it has links to the LGBTQ plus community.
Okay. So first of all, let me just make things clear, okay? I am not here on behalf of Self Ghana.
Okay.
I'm on behalf of myself and on behalf of Ghana, first of all. You know, we all abide by Ghanaian policies right now, okay? And Mr. Akufo-Addo, he's a very wise man, very well-spoken man. Whatever he has to say, when he comes on the television, he's a very well-spoken man. The message is passed on clearly, regardless of the content of that message. But Mr. Saki Saliki, or whatever his name is,
Sakasalia,
that man claims to come and represent democracy. No, that one is not democracy, it's democracy. It's a demonstration of craze. I'm a Muslim man myself. You cannot say that, oh, there are people there recruiting homosexual kids. How can you recruit a homosexual? Recruiting a homosexual. And in Islam, it is haram, it is a sin for you to blame somebody and suspect somebody without valid proof. How can you say that Self Ghana is recruiting kids and making them homosexual? They are helping the community. They are starting something that you have not started, something that's for the country. And all of a sudden, because media is surrounding that property, he wants to get involved, and because he's a politician in Ghana. I'm surprised how he's a politician for the NPP, to be honest, you know.
Okay, let's just stay on track. Let's not move to issues about Saka, because he's not here to actually respond to all of those
But his statements were shared. He came to my land to share it, obviously.
Okay, all right. Now, let's go back to the land. There is a wall that's been built on the land.
Correct.
Are you the one building the wall?
That wall, I broke it down myself before I even used it.
So there was a wall there?
There was a wall there, I broke it down, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And But we see that there's a new wall.
There's a new wall, yeah.
And who is actually building that
because
wall?
Mr. Sam Kwashi.
The person you claim is trying to take up your land.
He's a man who just popped out of nowhere, you know, because I am not present in the country and the property is leased by non-Ghanaians, so he saw maybe an opportunity. It's a good time for me to come in and attack. And there was no security that was able to prevent his access. And he came with police officers. I don't know how the police officers will allow somebody to come in the property and just build things, but we're in Ghana. You know, we're in Ghana. So
I see.
Things can happen.
You say you have not been in the country. When did you return?
I returned in Ghana 7 years ago.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's your property, much as it's been leased to...
Correct. Correct. I inherited the property.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's been leased now.
Correct.
Is there anything you are doing in particular to ensure that the other person who is trying to take up this land with a tenant there, you are protecting the interest of your tenants?
Oh yes, I'm doing everything that I can in my power. I attempted to go to the property yesterday to inspect it. I went there a few days ago as well. I confronted the workers over there, but you know, everybody has their own craze. The way I operate, the others don't want to operate that way. My policy is to just come there, get them out by force, the same way they came in. Because you fight fire with fire. He came with fire, you come back with fire. You don't have to go and call a lawyer or call a police officer to come and help you get it out. That's my land. That's my land. I have to do it in my way. That was the mistake.
How big is the land?
The whole property is about 0.50 acres.
50 acres?
Yes.
Is that what is being used as a skating board?
The skate park is approximately 0.3, I think.
Okay, so it's just a portion of the land?
Just a portion, yes.
Okay.
Just a portion, yes.
That's a huge land.
Just a portion, yes. That's a huge land, yeah.
Can you give me an estimate of what that land could cost today?
How much would it cost? Actually,
this is at Shiashi.
If I would tell you the price, maybe I'll invite more Kwashe boys to come to the property.
Okay.
Since that's
right, but it's in the millions.
Sorry?
It's in the millions.
It's not in the millions. I will not say so. No, I won't be ridiculous. No.
Okay. All right. So right now, the park has been closed.
It's been closed, yes.
It's been closed. Wow, what is happening? So it's been closed. What's happening there?
You know, the tenants are fearful of Mr. Kwashi's revenge. But as I've told you, yesterday, I personally went to that park, you know, and the way you talk to boys, a boy pulled out marijuana, cannabis, and you are telling me you cannot gather evidence. Look, there is illegal activity going on in that place, and he's claiming to claim that property.
So the illegal activities you're talking about, are they linked to...
They're not linked to Self Ghana, no, to that place. To that place on its own. To that place on its own. How can you have...
You mean the community?
The community is not linked with that at all. Self Ghana is a legal entity that's operating illegally in that place.
Okay.
They are not harboring any homosexuals or doing anything like that. You know, I understand that they hosted Harris, okay?
Yes.
And now, you know, in Ghana we have our own policies. We have our own cultures. I am not against LGBTQ, but America has no right to send somebody, an missionary, to come to Ghana to tell Akufo-Addo to abide by American policies of LGBTQ. In America, kids are killing people in school. The jails are filled with black people. Why can't you talk about that thing? Why can she not talk about that thing? But she came to Africa to lecture us about LGBTQ.
So you disagree that the fact that the U.S. Vice President visited this particular venue when she came to Ghana?
Not this particular venue, but the fact that she came here to talk to Mr. Addo about human rights, including LGBTQ.
Was Kamala not at your...
She was.
She was there?
She was, yeah.
Okay. So that's what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah.
So you are actually disputing the fact that because she visited there, then there could be any true links to the fact that the place could be used for...
No, you see, Kamala Harris, you know, Americans, they should try to go to places that are, you know, upbeat, you know, that are new and hip in sound. Surf Ghana did miracles, and it was the first skate park in Ghana. And it's owned by a very strong lady, and, you know, she represents a strong female community in Ghana. So she probably thought that would be a right place for her to visit. You know, there are various artists, American artists, who have also visited that property. So in her right mind, in my right mind, I will visit Surf Ghana as well, you know. Okay. I will visit Surf Ghana as well. But other people in the community have a different opinion about this. So as that politician came on television and spoke against Surf Ghana, that is a big mistake. That's a big mistake. Inquire, gather evidence before you say you are converting homosexual children. This is ridiculous. That's like saying you want to convert a motorbike to a 4x4. Say in this garage today we are converting motorbikes to 4x4. Bring your children. Like that man is not. It's out of his mind. Something good is going on in that property.
Okay.
They're helping the community.
So I don't.
He's talking about conversion.
So again, like I don't want us to because Saka is not here to actually respond.
I was not there when he was in my property.
Right.
I was not there as well.
We'll get the right platform for both of you. We want to just stick to this, but we'll return. I just want us to take a quick break. When we return, we'll understand more about this property and then all the details about it. So this is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We'll return shortly.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't me call one casa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
I'm still here with Kwame, who is a property owner here in Accra. That property that has come into the news lately over controversies about whether or not it's an LGBTQ plus headquarters or not. Kwame, now I want to know what that land looked like. I'm asking this because the owners of Surf have said that this land was more or less like a bush, or
it was a bush, but a nice bush, to be honest too.
Nice bush.
I used to enjoy that bush. Oh.
Okay, so what are you using that place for?
To be honest, it was a very landscape land there. And I have a good friend of mine, Captain Colin Tabaswing, who's an MP here in Ghana. So whenever he comes back from his missions, which are usually in the bush, he's comfortable there. So we go there and we sit down and we talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it becomes like a hangout spot.
A hangout spot. Okay. All right. Now, now your tenants who actually are the place now, they say that when they came in, they changed the place because, and you make me understand that it's a waterlogged area. Is it still?
It is not technically a waterlogged area, but what it is that it's the last plot of the road, okay?
Okay.
And there's a fence. So if there was an issue once and the land got flooded. So basically why that happened was because first there was sand.
Okay.
So the land was permeable. It would absorb the water. But when they built a concrete slab, the water could no longer go down.
Okay.
So it flooded the area.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Now, even though you are not speaking for Surf, I just want to, because you are passionate also about this.
Of course, yes.
You say they are dragging the name of a good institution. Now, how many children actually come to that place? The skating park.
I cannot give you a rough number. I'm not aware of that.
But you've seen a number of children.
I've seen a number of children. Yes, and it's a reasonable.
Do you yourself live in the area?
I don't live in the area. I don't live in Ghana.
Okay. Yep. Yes. Okay. So, like you mentioned, you don't live. All right. So, but now I need to just appreciate whether or not this is something that is worrying you only because it's your land or not. What's the biggest concern for you now with all of these things that are going on?
You know what I don't like in this world are opportunists.
Okay.
You know, Fela Kuti says a politician like rat, they move from corner, passy, under, passy, right, passy. First, you become a journalist. That's what this man is doing. He has seized an opportunity to come and talk about something that he represents Islam. You do not represent Islam. I'm a Muslim man. You don't tell me that you can come to a property and say, these people represent LGBTQ. Do you even know what LGBTQ stands for? How can you say we are converting children into homosexuality? You cannot convert a child into homosexuality. He needs to be in touch or in contact with something or something in his lifestyle that changed him and made him so. But it's not a conversion, it's not skating that turns a child into homosexual. That's a very uneducated statement. And being a politician, you have to revise your statements. You need to go back home, you need to write it down, you need to know what you are saying on public media. But you know, he speaks for his crowd. He speaks for his crowd. As they say, they will write big English for newspaper that we Africans. They use English that we don't understand and we say, hey, that's a big man talking.
Let me just get your views on this. There's also a bigger conversation around a supposed cabal that goes around to claim lands. Is this something, because you mentioned this Mr. Kwashi, who for the larger part of our conversation is not someone you say you've met, you don't know the person.
No.
It's just a name.
But he has told me he has come there before.
So the person has come there before?
Yeah, he told me he has come there before. When my mother was alive.
You speak with the person on phone?
When my mother was alive, he told me he was there.
Okay, so that means
he
the
tried
person
to
is
take possession of the land, yeah.
This person is someone you are in touch with?
Yes, I spoke to him on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But do you agree that there's a cabal that goes around prime locations in Accra, to be specific, to actually claim or reclaim people's lands?
That's something that is very common in Ghana, I would say. It's not only in Ghana, you can see that in Kumasi. In Kumasi, the equivalent to be Galamsey boys. The Galamsey boys go around Kumasi looking for a property that is mining gold. Once the gold is mined, pam, they come and take it. Easy peasy, you know. These same guys are here, they have nothing to do. They go around the properties, go around prime locations, looking for properties that are, you know, abandoned or not taken care of. They look for a loophole in the policies and the regulations. They put their name there, and how are you going to fight them now? They can claim possession of the land. Progressive possession. What can you say? It's my property. Why are you prepared? Right?
So you just really feel that it's people who want to take over, and they don't do this through the legitimate processes?
Of course not. Of course not. There is a legitimate process, of course. You know, if you have been on a property for over 45 years or 30 or 24 or a long period of time, dozens of years or so, a person can actually claim possession of the land. And that's not only in Ghana. It happens in France as well. Yeah.
Okay. Now let me just zero in the conversation now. There is a way forward. We want to know what exactly do you want done now? You tell me about threats you receive.
No,
what are those?
They have received threats. The people living in that house.
Okay.
The workers on the side of the land, and that man has threatened them, according to them, of course. I have no full accountability of what I'm saying right now, but according to them, they have been threatened by these workers, so that's why they cannot access the park. Yeah.
So what's the way forward now? Do you deal with the police, by the way?
I don't deal with the police. I dealt with the lawyers because I came late, of course. And when I came to Ghana, I was in Dubai.
Okay.
All my papers are located in a different country, so I came last minute to Ghana. And if you're going to meet police in Ghana, and a man has brought papers with him, a Kwashe boy, he has brought papers with him, he has definitely done a lot more to secure his back. So until my lawyer was ready, that's the only time I can meet. That is the only time that I can meet. And I said Monday is Monday. I am going to this country. On this date, I will meet you on Monday. Simple and short. The guy tried to gain my attention by doing something silly on the land as well. Again. By pouring sand, by continuing construction. So he's just pushing my buttons, you know? But he has my attention now, definitely.
So what are you going to do now to help this? Because I know that there's an appeal online from Surf Ghana to actually ensure that this land gets back into their hands and they're able to do what it is that they initially said.
There's an appeal.
Well,
how do you mean an appeal?
Well, the owners have actually called for help from whichever quarters that they can get to be able to ensure that they reclaim the land.
Okay.
So what's going to be the way forward for you? Did you want anything done from anyone at all?
Did I anything want? Do I anything done for somebody? To be honest, there's nothing specific that can be done. The public cannot really do anything in this case.
Okay.
This has happened countless times, many times before in the past. If it's your land, it's your land. You cannot come and take me out of my land because you have the public, or because I brought boys from Nima. That's not going to change it. It's my property, it's my property. At the end of the day, it's as simple as that. I'm a 4th generation Ghanaian, a proud Ghanaian. So you want to come to my land and take it, there'll be consequences, of course. There'll be consequences.
All right, Kwame, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
I know this was at short notice.
I know
but I'm glad that you agreed to come speak with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
This has been said loud. We just spoke with Kwame. Kwame is the landowner of what we know as the skating park around Shiashi, which recently came into the news over concerns that the place had been closed down. Now he's giving us better and deeper understanding into what the situation is. My name is Eche Atisu. Thank you for joining us. Until another time, be kind to one another.
Now, oh, me.
Back canocre. Susu sang quite be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all. Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Ejuma bia ye ejuma. E wo said the awankasa obesomu a obesomu no na obehu say sika wo na say sika ni.
Ejuma na me ye no minim dia menya wo. Nke bia ne bokra na minim dia menya wo.
Mi baba say oba ba de odi ni ko school a. Dachi obe ware kwotena be ma bi fie. Ntinya de papa bia obe ya ma wo. Nti ni mama nyina wa fa ya ko school.
Ejuma we di mi kan kwalo. O ye ejuma banka won fa won to no. Metuma ka se me de kubebe 1000 pieces beba. Metuma nya profit be 2000 won.
Obia me ni wa wonkola me say ya me ho adem po na hye me kawa po no mu say me sumi wo nipa mu e wanwe me ho de wanhye me wanwe me hwe onya oba fufura na ni bire afo ho oba bi no wa support to say no wa boni tell wa pagya no konso me kwa na me ka say ni kombe bu o.
This is the hustler story.
Prior to even our wedding, we discussed how long it would take for us to introduce a third person into the family.
I like that.
Right there.
We've witnessed a lot of marriages collapse because of childlessness. Husbands, wives, mocked for what they term as their inability to have children. So I asked the question, are children the ultimate prize in marriages? So here on Moons and Cuddles, we discuss how to handle childlessness, and also in the cases where you find yourself in what the term as an unplanned pregnancy, how best do you handle the situation? And I have here with me the right guest to do the discussion. So Thomas Duke Labig Amankwado, he's a doctoral research fellow at the University of Oslo, Norway. Yes, and he's also a former University of Oxford scholar, and he is the author of historic fiction book The Half Moon, and also he's a coach. Thomas, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Paula.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
I'm honored to be here.
Yeah, he's very popular on Facebook, so you should check out all the amazing things that he does. We're not doing this alone. We also have Smart Techi Nixon. He's an author, a broadcast journalist, a public relations officer. So when we talk, event hosting, when you're looking for someone to train you in public speaking, when we talk about creative writing and anything that has got to do with stage play production, we say Smart Techi Nixon. Gentlemen, you're welcome.
Thank you, Paula.
Later on we're going to discuss all the amazing things that you do. That's why we call you the proud sons of the land, guys. But today is a big deal in our part of the world where we find ourselves. They say children are a gift from God, and when you don't have children in a marriage, trust me, they're going to come after you. So I just want to find out, are children the ultimate prize in marriage? Let me take it from you, Smart, since you are the married man.
Nice way to cut Duke some slack on this one. But interestingly, I think that one of the fascinating things that I've heard about marriage is a marriage without a child is still a marriage. And so if you're a couple and you're going into marriage, it is one of the things that you should have at the back of your mind, that a marriage without a child is still a marriage. It doesn't nullify the status of the marriage. Okay, and that is one of the things that people do not come to accept. Because if you take a look at our part of the world, and I'm quite glad that you mentioned our part of the world, when you marry an individual, you are marrying a family. You are not marrying just a person. So at the weddings, you see it manifest. You see expectations of people being projected on you. And after the marriage as well, you would hear these expectations. Because sometimes you would go and visit your in-laws, and some of them will pass very funny comments. Like, hey, it's been a year since you guys got married. What's happening? We all know the intent of that particular statement. It is an indirect way to tell you that you guys are really delaying when it comes to childbirth. And you hear these comments coming from the mothers especially. I want to hold my grandchild. I want to hold my grandchild. But on a broader spectrum, if you really want to take a look at childbirth and the importance of it in marriage, there are a lot of things that stops or prevents a couple from having a child. Let's even move away from the medical condition. I personally believe that there is nothing like there is this funny saying we have in Ghana. People tell you, oh, you just give birth, God will take care of it.
But I don't know how much baby food, pampers, diapers, all those things cost. They have no idea.
Precisely.
But Smart, I'll come to you. Thomas, we know that family pressure can be very worse. So how best can a couple handle an in-law who is always on your door knocking, when are the children going to come? When are the children going to come? And usually it's the women who suffer this. So as a loving husband, how best can you tame them?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I'm not a loving husband yet, so it's a bit tricky. But that being said, I think that children are indeed a blessing to every couple. And when we look at this from a cultural perspective, from a cultural dimension, we would understand that it's not just about having a child for just having a child for that sake, but it is a way of sort of bringing the two families together in ways that probably would be impossible by just signing a document in court or exchanging vows. This sort of it carves this union between the two families in a very spectacular way, and that is why families always, place a lot of worth on children. But then again, you're not your own creator, and you sometimes it might. I mean, you try and you're not getting it. But how to handle this is a very tricky question that I don't think we can unravel, get to an answer. But what I can say is that it all comes down to understanding between the families. Why are we not having a child? Is there a medical explanation to this? Is there something we can do medically to improve our chances of getting a baby? If not, then what's the next best option to having a baby? I think that it comes down to just communication between the families and getting to find the best alternative.
Okay.
Yeah.
People place a lot of emphasis when it comes to, you mentioned the medical aspect of it, then you realize that other people are also putting a lot of pressure on the spiritual aspect of it.
Yes.
So, a couple finds themselves in a quagmire where someone says, okay, forget about the doctors, let's go and see this pastor. I
Before
think
you
that
realize you've been all over the place.
Yeah.
But then I just want to find out, because I'm the woman, let me speak for the women.
Okay.
In a marriage where there's no kids, childlessness, the first person that people blame, the woman.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't have children. You're a barren woman. The list goes on and on. Why are people quick to, put the blame on women? Meanwhile, there are men who got low sperm count, impotent, if that's the word, it's not too hard. But then people are quick to do. Is it that the women love to take the blame because they don't want people like, oh, my husband, his performance is just, why?
Women are the bearers of life.
Okay.
Women are the bearers of life. Every life on this planet Earth came from a woman. Every single life. There is nothing that walks on the surface of this earth that didn't come from a woman. I mean, aside the man's contribution, it is the women that we see produce. It is the women we see deliver. It is the woman we are expecting to bring the child into the family. But what they forget is what you also pointed out, is that it's two people that put the woman in that particular condition before she can deliver. However,
is to use the next couple of minutes to drive the discussions deeper. Adam gave us some of the policy areas that will require interventions. I want Adam to follow up in indicating what are some of the priority policy actions that she thinks that we urgently need at the national level. Adam, please.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I think that at the national level, what we should be thinking about is addressing the issue of our fragmented ocean governance process. We have quite a number of institutions that are tasked with various aspects of the ocean, but we are not working together, and that has yielded problems such as incomplete integration of actions across these various sectors or institutions.
So that is our number one area that we need to prioritize. Then we also need to understand that the ocean as a resource managing the ocean is the processes that are required to manage the ocean is quite different from the processes that are required to manage issues on land. right issues are very different in the ocean. It is a very challenging environment to work within. And so
when we have most of our policies around the ocean, centered around policies, general policies like environment. So we have ocean policies that are nested within broader policies. It's so difficult. It's like we are trying to fit the heart of, excuse me to say, a chicken on the head of an elephant. We need to promote or support actions, how we can work together. My colleague from the finance sector has just made her point. It is about time we start working together to address issues that border the health of the ocean. Institutions that have been mandated to implement ocean health.
We cannot work alone. We need to work with institutions. We need to invest in the science of the ocean as a country. Accessing the ocean has always been a challenge for researchers. I mean, we've been to conferences outside where we talk among ourselves as researchers from Africa, and we call ourselves coastal researchers because of our inabilities to be able to access the ocean in terms of infrastructure, in terms of skills and technology. Data management is an area that we need to also look at critically. We don't share data among ourselves. We need to promote open access. We need to promote best data management practices, such as our ability to be able to easily find and locate data, access data, be able to reuse the data for other purposes. So these are just a few of the areas that I would want to talk about.
I follow up the conversation with Stephen, and Stephen, you were talking about some of the land-breaking activities or work that was done within the Guinea Current Large Marine Ecosystem Project. Looking back at the work that you did a couple of years ago, I want to find out, in terms of using that work to improve our ocean health and to make sure that our ecosystem is vibrant and able to deliver results, what do you think worked in some of the things that you do at the national level, and what is it that didn't work? And where is it that we are still supposed to fix?
I hope this working.
Otherwise, you have this.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think if you ask me what could we learn to apply to the current situation, where there's been convergence, even at the global level, to SDGs. And the first thing I would like to mention, and I was joking with one of my colleagues here today, was to look at something that is already there but has never been formalized. And that's an interministerial coordinating structure, which will bring the same parties, and I see that it's even broader now than before, because at that time we were looking only at the ecological and global ocean health and coastal health, and the security part was left out. So in fact, we were making efforts to counter the Gulf of Guinea Commission, which is based in Angola, to break that gap, because it is tied. But I see the military, the Navy, they should all be part of such an interministerial committee. And that is the only structure, because there's a danger that if we choose a project approach, we'll end up creating multiple structures which duplicate what existing structures do. And that is something, what the first policy advice I would give, I use the existing structures, and those who were part of it, like Dr. Kalfiati from MEST, has all the information. They know also how tough it was to get it done. Yeah, so it starts with the institutional setup.
Don't create any new ones until you have searched and strengthened the old ones. The second thing that I will look about is don't start any new research work until you have checked out what has already been done.
Because, for example, in this region, we had 3 research activity centers, or 4. One for productivity was the University of Ghana, and I know that team has just picked up other satellite imageries, and they've done a lot of good work, irrespective of the project. Yeah. There was a second center in the Niger Delta area, Akwa Ibom, I think, which has been still working on pollution and oil spills, and some of the things that we use, the shipping industry will learn from there. The third one was, these were all things that I believe if we look in the records, we can find and apply to the national level. And then the third one was on climate change. It was based in Gabon. And the fourth one was on fisheries, which was based in Angola. And I think on the fisheries part is very linked to the productivity part. And the fisheries part needed a lot of surveys to be done. And in fact, the chief surveyor is in this room, and I think he's coming in the next session to talk about it in more detail. Dr. Krantin.
Thank you very much. And you did mention quite a number of people, and you referred to, in a way, as a repository of some knowledge in this area. And I think we need to also recognize some of the work that they have done. You've mentioned Carl's name. Dr. Fiati, can I have your name? Okay. Yeah, well done. Then you mentioned the venerable Dr. Corantin. Sir, can I have you? Okay, Dr. Corantin is sitting on that side. Okay. So I want to move the conversation with you further up here. And we're talking about financing. Financing happens at the national level. Financing happens at the broader global level. And this is where World Bank comes in, connecting development with financing. What are some of the motivations for World Bank in financing future projects that drive our ocean health?
Yeah, thank you again. Look, financing really is at the heart of getting things done. Whether we say always money is not important, but without resources we cannot do anything. And I mentioned a few areas where we're putting the funds and you know, to make the impact there. But at the same time, World Bank financing is one. So that's why I say partnerships are important. Because, for instance, Madam talked about private sector, which I should have mentioned earlier. Okay, CSOs may not have a lot of money, but you know, the blue economy provides huge opportunities for the private sector, for institutions. I mean, ourselves, we have the IFC, who we are talking to, and I really believe that you know, the idea financing, the development assistance is never going to be enough. It's never going to be enough, whether we are in water sector, whether we are in agriculture. So it's very important that other development partners, private sector and others come in and bring the resources. But I want to make what I think is an important point, because financing is not everything. That's why in the World Bank, we really continue to put a lot of emphasis on the policy, on the regulatory aspect, on the institutional and governance issues, because you can put a lot of money on the table, you can put a lot of money in the blue economy. But if you don't have the right policies, if you don't have the right regulations, if you don't have the right governance, money will disappear. If you don't have the right institutional setup, you know, you might put the money in the wrong place. So money, yes, resources, yes, but having the soft side, as we call it, in parallel is very important. And that's why alongside what we call investment project, where we put money, say, in sea defense, or we put money in dredging. We always put a lot of money also in policy work, and I can mention the example of development policy lending. For instance, in Ghana now, you know, we know the economic situation. We are working on a development policy operation this year, which we will hope to deliver. And one of the pillars of this development policy operation is going to be sustainability and resilience, and not just economic and social resilience, but climate resilience. And this comes about the ocean. So we're going to look at certain policies in Ghana. Are these policies up to date? How can the World Bank bring the knowledge that we have to update your policies, to look at your frameworks and see how we can put these frameworks in place? Because without the adequate frameworks, you may take the wrong policies, you may take the wrong institutional path. So for us, money is important, but it's not everything. Thank you.
My follow-up question is, as a global financing and development institution, you see countries as a major constituency or partner that you work with. But in talking about the broader approach to our oceans, the ecosystems, we go beyond countries to communities. So how do you build communities into some of the financing that you do and the support that you give, for example, to Ghana in driving ocean health, but also making sure that communities benefit from those interventions you make?
That's a very good question and a very critical question. You know, I look at it from two perspectives. These days, the World Bank, we never do any project without consulting the communities where we're going to bring the financing, whether it's a secondary city project in Kumasi or in Tamale, whether it's part of our West Africa Coastal Area Management Project. One, we do consult communities because no longer do we believe the World Bank has the money. We think this is what it should be. We go there, we say, you're going to do this. No, we come there, we tell you, we've discussed with the government, we believe we have 100 million to put into this activity. Are you okay with it? Mayor, are you okay with it? Are we doing it in the right place? Are we touching the right people? So in the context of the blue economy, it's the same thing with our WACA, West Africa Coastal Area Management Project. What we do, like I say, we have some money for sea defense, but an important amount of the money is going to the communities on the coast, like Sir said earlier. We're going not just in the sea, but on the coast to ensure that these people, we help them to build capacity, to build their own institutions internally, so that they can also benefit from the funds coming in to build their livelihoods, build a sustainable livelihood for themselves. So it's really an important part of this. Thanks.
Thank you for that second part of the intervention. This morning on our By the Fireside conversation, the place of the private sector in driving this conversation and influencing change of our oceans, climate mitigation and resilience was very much emphasized. Somehow I was disappointed. Where is MFA? I was disappointed that he allowed the speaker to put back the money in his pocket. I thought she was going to grab that. Anyway, and follow up from that, Nanaya gave us certain perspectives on the private sector. Nanaya, I guess we are thinking about change, and we shouldn't be having the same conversation in 10 years' time
if we actually engaged the private sector well. So what do you think we are missing now, or what do you think we must have spot on
in getting the private sector involved, such that the big money that we saw this morning will be brought on the table?
Okay. I hope you can all hear me. But before I address your question, Stephen was mentioning that there's an inter-ministerial committee that's been established. We're very happy to hear about the harmonization of efforts at that level, so that the private, yet to be formalized, but hopefully soon. So private sector can have that conversation at that level. And then also what PM mentioned regarding partnerships is key, right? Financing is key, but then the additional work that goes around financing is also important for the partnerships that we want to drive. So from our perspective, private sector, particularly the financial institutions, what is the motivation for us to come to the table if we have already not been part of the table conversations? What are the incentives in terms of the policy development? What are the incentives that are being developed for the private sector to be part of the conversations? It's all well and good for us internally to decide that we need to take a greater effort when it comes to addressing environmental and social issues. But it's all done within a policy framework. We never act outside of the framework that exists within the country, right? So for us, it's important that we are clear on that. Are we getting some tax breaks, some incentives? And even to pull back a little bit from this conversation, what is the awareness around the opportunities within the ocean economy and the blue economy? Because before we can even have that conversation with private sector needs to understand what we're talking about. If I don't know what you're talking about, I will not come to the table, right? So I think a little bit of work needs to be done around engagement and raising awareness. And I'm happy to hear that there'll be local, subnational, and national consultations around that. So private sector participation, and it should be true participation. It should not be tokenistic, as in we want you to be at the table, so come and tell us what you're thinking about and leave. The mutual benefits around working on ocean health and the blue economy must be addressed. We need to have those confident and honest conversations with private sector. So financial institutions and the real economy private sector partners should be at the table. And I just want to end with a little bit on partnerships and the conversations around partnerships. So for us as a bank, we're very big when it comes to sustainable finance. And that's where we're really directing our financing to issues like these, right? So issues around ocean health, etc. However, it's important that we also we get to a stage where we have both financial and social returns from our investments. And in addressing those financial returns, we need to ensure that our investments are de-risked. And that de-risking comes in when, say, we have grants, possibly from, say, the World Bank, which we blend with our commercial finance, and we use it to finance and fund these kinds of projects. So whatever bankable projects that come to our table, where we are sure that the long-term impacts will be delivered, there's the institutional capacity to ensure sustainability of the impact and the work that's been done, mixed with innovative blended financing, can go a long way to support what you're doing. I know you didn't ask me about that, but I just thought it was important that we have that conversation as we think about the policy that we're developing.
Okay, then I certainly ask an angle to that as well. You have dealt with green financing for some time now. Maybe some projects that have been designed on land where you build in just not private sector objectives, but environmental desired objective, improving our environment. What are some of the lessons that you have learned that we can use in looking at ocean financing projects?
Okay, so our expertise really has been around, say, the wash sector and then the SME space as we develop more projects within the green economy and hopefully a few in the blue economy. So I will speak from that perspective, right? Key to us, even before we finance any of these activities, key to us is for the organizations to demonstrate that they really can deliver on their environmental promises that they give. It's not enough for you to just come to us for financing and talk about the financial returns. I need to stress this. The environmental and social returns are important to us as well, and I'm being asked to wrap up, so they're also very important to us. So key for any discussions going forward regarding financing is to ensure that you have integrated considerable environmental and social issues in the projects that you are delivering, and you can demonstrate impact, right? The impact has to be long-term and sustainable in order for us to even consider any capital flows when it comes to sustainable finance activities within the bank. And that's where I'll end up. If anyone wants to have a bit more discourse around what we do in that space, I'm very happy to pick up the conversation after this panel. Thank you.
In giving my last couple of seconds and minutes to Adam, I just wanted to find out what is the one traditional knowledge through research or a couple that you think are important in ensuring our ocean health.
Okay, thank you very much.
And you have 1 minute.
Yeah, so I think that traditional knowledge is very critical to the conservation of resources. We all know that when it comes to these resources, communities or traditional, the community are people who live close to the resource, so they know more about the resource than us. So we can engage them in different ways. We can do that through citizen science projects. We can develop projects with them and seek their perspectives, their input into the projects. We can give them full control over the resource, but then support them with the necessary logistics and also provide them with alternative livelihood supports, because you are asking them to basically become watchmen over resources that they can actually benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our panel has been Edem, Pierre, Stephen, and Nanaya. A round of applause for them. You call me Kamal. I'm a retired captain of the Ghana Navy, and I was the captain for the ship. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, you have 10 minutes more for engagement with your audience. 10 minutes more, 2 questions, 2 suggestions.
Oh, for our audience?
Yes, please.
I remain the captain, so I haven't abandoned. Can I pick a question from one of our audience? Okay, I've recognized 2 hands, and I'll keep, 4 hands are up. Okay, what I do is that I'll admit the 4, no one more. I start with the lady at the back. Yes, the lady at the back, to the second segment. Yeah, your hand is still up.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nana Bwediwa Deku, and I'm a researcher in terms of blue economy. This is just a follow-up to Dr. Edem's question on fragments of ocean governance and also duplication of efforts. I think the World Bank funded Africa Center of Excellence in Coastal Resilience within the hub, and I've been informed that they are doing well in terms of their research contribution to the blue economy and ocean governance. They have trained about 150 PhD students and also undergraduates and also postgraduates who are contributing immensely within the region. As various traditional universities, how are we collaborating to ensure that we don't have duplication of efforts? Because what probably University of Cape Coast or the Center of Excellence is doing, or the World Bank has funded them to do the same research, probably a student in Legon is also undertaking that same kind of research.
Thank you, and I'll keep that question for Edem. Yes, okay. Second, Rista. Rista is an academic, a fisherman.
He's a fisherman.
Yes.
My name is Rista Niama Matthew. I'm simply a fisherman. A journalist asked me, is it possible to achieve the blue economic objectives in Ghana? And I think my question was no. My answer was no.
Okay.
And it was no because we are not even talking about restoration. We've destroyed basically everything. Our mangroves, our lagoons, everything. We continue to allow galamsey operators to pollute our inland water bodies. That leads into our ocean. How are we going to deal with this menace before we talk about taking advantage of the blue economy? Especially when we are destroying our ocean front. And you go everywhere, people are building anything around the beachfront, which is not the right thing to do.
Okay, so the question is, how are we going to achieve this when you think currently we are not moving in the direction of achieving those results? I'll give an intervention to address that to Stephen at the appropriate time. Can I have you, sir? And then there was a last hand. There was a hand that I thought I recognized further down there. Otherwise, I'll give that to you, sir. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Felix Luga from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. Just also to say that as we speak about the issue, the closeness to my interest area when it comes to safety net was environmental and social. But then the social side, mostly the intention acts to where the mainstream on gender and then the livelihood becomes an issue. And so you realize that the projects that the Ministry of Gender runs along the coast when it comes to alternative livelihood in terms of safety net programs, much of it is not been emphasized because the resources do not look at that side. But I want to say is that yes, as much as we are saying that we want to begin with it, then at the initial stage, let's consider the safeguard, the case management, then the alternative to the livelihood to move with. If not, the resources, as Dr. Ede said, will not be preserved as much. You bring the resources, but we'll use it again into other things, and then what the main goal is not. So I also want to put this on the forefront that as we push up, let's get that side also as one pillar to move with. Because gender issues, safety issues, livelihood issues, most especially for the vulnerable who work along the coastal, is very key. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, while safeguards perhaps is always a challenging thing, the World Bank always puts safeguards as a major part of its intervention. So when we come to that, I'll give a few seconds to Pierre to see whether he wants to say something on safeguards further. Finally, please, the last question. Yeah, you can just sit and ask. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. My name is Augustine Yao Banye from Agency for Health and Food Security.
Okay.
My question is, we are talking about sustainable policy. Sustaining something is generational. How are you going to include basic and secondary cycle that they will understand when they take over? Thank you.
Okay. Adam, the question was on what many of our research institutions are doing and the possibility that there can be a synergy. Can you address that in a minute?
Yes, duplication of research efforts is a problem. It's a global problem. It has logistical implications. And so this is where the world is going on, co-designing. So there are certain funding agencies that before they give you money to implement a project on a large scale, you are asked to co-design the research with everybody that is involved, every stakeholder that has something to do with that research. By doing that process, or by going through that process, we are able to identify where the synergies are and where there are, but also we also need to start thinking about doing a countrywide auditing of projects that our various research institutions have embarked on. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Pierre, whilst that question on safety net was not directly about World Bank, yeah, but I know that safety net is something, and safeguards is something that you build into your project as you deal with countries. In this regard, what do you see in the future, some of the safeguards, including gender dimensions, that you will want to maintain in projects and in your interaction with governments?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just also relate to the second question about what's been happening and why we will achieve or not the objective. Safeguards is important, just first on safeguards, because if we don't have safeguards, whether it's environmental or social, then nothing will happen in the right way. That's why, sir, you have today situations where you see Galamsey is destroying things. You know, we have a project to try and do some restoration, but it's nowhere near the needs that exist. The same thing in the sea. We destroy our own fish stocks. Why? Because there's no safeguards, whether it's countrywide. I mean, in the Indian Ocean, where I'm from, we have a Indian Ocean Tuna Commission that monitors fish stocks. They put the quotas, they advise governments. I'm not saying it's the best, but it's kind of a safeguard to preserve stock. So that's why I said earlier, you cannot put all the money, but if you don't think it's the right way, you don't follow planning rules, you don't follow the right policies, you do things without any enforcement of laws or, you know, what the institutions are there for, then it's going to be exactly as you described, sir. And that's why the World Bank is very strict about the environmental safeguards aspects in every project. If we don't feel the environment is being adequately preserved, we will not go ahead with a project. Likewise, social safeguards. In our projects, every project, we are required to make sure that the social dimension is protected. Social safeguards is one thing, and we have a very clear policy on gender. Everything we do, every project I approve today on my level, I am required to make sure that the gender aspect have been adequately captured. If it's not, I will return it back to the teams and ask them to bring it back. But on safety net is important. I mean, not just more in poor countries or developing countries, even in advanced economies, they have safety nets because there's always, you know, pocket of poor people, and in our countries, our part of the world, safety nets become even more important, and that's why, as you say rightly, the whole aspect of gender, because it's an issue of inclusiveness, and unfortunately, we all know in this part of the world, gender remains an issue. In many countries, Ghana is a little bit better. I've done most of Africa, West Africa. Many places you go in an office, you see 20 men, maybe one woman. You see 30 men, you find 3 women, and you ask, sometimes I joke, but where are the ladies, you know? And it's a problem that goes back because of the issue about inclusiveness and the girls in schools and stuff like that. So I won't be long, but I'm just saying it's really critically important.
Yeah, thank you. As a captain of this ship, I've ensured that the gender dimension has been met.
Congratulations.
It's 100-100. So the question from Rista was looking at the way our coastal front is looking and the fact that he thinks that presents the greatest challenges for us at achieving some of the things we are talking about here. Where is 1 or 2 single areas of hope that you can give us?
If I understood it right, looking at the current situation, I think that is one of the modules of the ecosystem approach on the pollution and the ecosystem habitat restoration. Apart from the most popular ones everybody is talking about rivers, bringing mercury and others to the sea, I think even in 15 years ago, along this coast, there were specific examples that we used. One example, which I used to drive physically along the coast all the way to Lagos from here, just to see what's going on. And it was also good to stop places like Kribi to find the size of the fish. And I think Dr. Kranti will tell you it's shrinking. Yeah, and we predicted it. But with the pollution, one of the good examples was in Lome. Just after Lome, there was a phosphate factory, which was very important economically for the Togolese economy. And actually, they were dumping all the waste into the sea directly. Through the efforts of this project or program and a lot of consultations with the company and the Togolese government, that was reduced drastically, and some of the waste was recycled and used for making bricks for building. And I think there are many others, either within this course or the other LMAs. If he needs more information, I can dig them up. There are many cases.
Now, finally, given this last thread of conversation we have had, in your 1-minute intervention, what do you want to highlight further, if any?
All right, thank you. So for me, as I've been saying, transformation, systemic change, private sector needs to be key to the conversation, but even more than that, the financial institutions need to be key because we can influence change through the capital flows that we direct and also through the way that we finance the real economy. So we're asking for a seat at the table, really, for true participation in developing these policies, etc. Just to address the gentleman's question as well around intergenerational and intragenerational information and discourse around this. As I was speaking, I was saying it's important that we democratize this information. It's all well and good that at a certain level we understand it, but we need to bring it down through the pipelines to the younger generation. And I'm hoping that the policies that are being developed will have part of that as behavior change. I think Dr. Eden mentioned that. And also raising awareness and teaching the younger ones around the blue economy in the larger sphere of environmental issues that need to be discussed.
Captain, if I can just add
Yes.
a word. Yes, so still in relation to the gentleman's question, this is a very sensitive area. You realize that Ghana's land border is actually smaller than the Ghana's sea boundaries. So we have more land, if I may call it, or space at sea than on land.
But ocean science is totally missing in our curricula. So a lot of us only get to know about the ocean when we get to the university or at the tertiary level. So as we are discussing these issues, I would want us to also think about that, incorporating ocean science in our curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Working within the space of the Navy, but also with academia and research for the past 20 years, I've seen progress, and I think that today represents another landmark in our progress as we chart our course towards ensuring that we have sustainable ocean economy. Another round of applause for our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud our panelists and our efficient moderator. How about a group photograph together? Photographer, would you be kind? And so in the matter of ensuring our ocean health, there have been many themes. There have been calls for partnerships and collaborations, innovative financing to de-risk ocean conservation efforts, extensive stakeholder engagements, training and alternative livelihood programs, building safety nets, amongst many other sub-themes. For a lot of people, they were seeing God in 3D, like my brother here. He claims to be dreaming, but I know he's seeing God in 3D. I know it's hard to keep the attention after lunch. So I want us to do something special right about now. Please, let's all be upstanding. I just want to show you something small. Some few tricks. We call it juju and tricks. Something small, just to keep you up. It's not military drill. I can assure you it's not like the captain's military drill. And so this is something we do every time we come back from lunch. We just stretch a little bit so that at least we can keep awake. Mr. DJ, if you're ready, let's have the music right about now. Yeah! So everybody, hands in the air. Don't sleep. Wake up. Collect your money. Wake up. Collect your money.
Trendybeats.com.
and gentlemen, for us to delve into the next panel with all our senses engaged. It's a problem that has bedeviled us, and ladies and gentlemen, the solution, I believe, lies in our hands. It's about plastic waste. For the next panel, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite the moderator, Mr. Stephen Kansuk. He's the team leader for environment and climate change at UNDP. Please make him welcome, Stephen Kansuk. He's joined by a very esteemed panel. The Honorable Cecilia Abinadapa is the Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources. A round of applause for the Honorable Minister. We're joined by the Managing Director of Voltic Ghana, Madame Flora Jika. Please make welcome Dr. Christine Asare, Deputy Executive Director, Operations, Environmental Protection Agency. And last but certainly not the least, the Managing Director, Jekora Ventures, Mr. Emmanuel B. Nati Tokoli. A round of applause. With time reading 3:20, Mr. Moderator, I'll come back for you at 4:20.
Thank you very much, Jerry. When I dance to that music, sometimes I get a bit very confused. And if I'm not able to moderate well, then you should blame Jerry for playing that music. I really like it, and I think I danced quite well. Thank you very much, our distinguished participants and delegates, and our high-level panelists for making time to be here today for a very important subject matter like plastics and the role that plastic plays in terms of the health of our oceans. And as Jerry has mentioned, we have very high-level distinguished panelists that are glued with the authority, the expertise to be able to address this very important subject matter. But even before I go ahead to introduce them again and to probably ask them specific questions, I think it is important for us to commend the SDG delivery units led by my own mentor and leader, Dr. Owusu Yuchen, for such a very excellent organization of this very important summit. I think he needs and deserves to be commended for that effort. But also, I mean, right even from the beginning of the high-level opening remarks, it was very clear that our oceans are under serious threats. No two ways about that. And there were several figures and numbers that have indeed demonstrated that our oceans are under serious threat. And as you would have probably heard from all the discussions, all those opening remarks, we were told that over 300 million tons of plastic waste are generated globally every year, and close to about 40 million of it gets into our oceans. But if you even come back to Ghana itself, we generate close to about 0.84 million tons of plastics annually. And about 23%, which is around 250,000 tons of it, gets to our oceans. That is quite very worrying. And from the speech of Dr. Owusu, it was also very clear that quite a lot of our people depend on our oceans for their livelihoods. Close to about 2.5 million or 3 million of our own people, all of us, depend on our oceans for our livelihood, for our jobs, and for other things. So it therefore suggests that if we do not take care, the issues of unemployment would get back to us in a manner that we would not like it. So if we attempt to address the challenges that are actually confronting the health of our oceans, we will be making a great way to addressing the ocean health threats as the title or the theme of this summit suggests. So without really talking so much, let me go ahead to, first of all, welcome the very venerable, honorable Cecilia Dapa, the Minister of Sanitation and Water Resources. She's a minister that I really admire from public service, and she has done quite a lot of work at a policy level in addressing some of the environmental challenges that we face as a country. Madam, you're welcome. It was also very clear that we cannot address this very important topic without having multifaceted approach. That suggests to me also that we need to have several partners from the private sector, from the civil society, and from government to be able to address this very important subject matter. It is for that reason that we have with us here again Ms. Flora Jika, the MD for Voltage Ghana. Madam, you're welcome. And we have spoken quite a lot of regulations. And even the Ocean Governance Study came out very clearly the role that some of our regulatory agencies can play in terms of protecting the health of our oceans. And one very critical institution that was mentioned was the Environmental Protection Agency, an agency that we closely work with in addressing our environmental challenges in the country. And I'm very happy to introduce to you my very senior colleague at the bar, doesn't joke with that, and also a doctor, Dr. Christine Asari, the Deputy Executive Director of the Environmental Protection Agency. Madam, thank you. There is also another very important, yes, we generate, I've introduced the Voltic already. When we generate it, somebody else would have to help us to manage it, the Waste Management Services Company. And we were very careful in terms of also the selection of the institutions that would represent us this afternoon. And with us here is Mr. Emmanuel Nati, the Managing Director of Jakura Ventures. Sir, you're welcome. This is one of the most gender-balanced panel that we can talk about, and I think we deserve a bit of commendation for that. So I will just go straight to our very honorable minister, Cecilia Dapa, to probably, as part of your introductory remarks, to indicate to us or tell us the practical interventions that as your ministry, working with several other government ministries, from the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, Innovations, the Environmental Protection Agency, and all other allied ministries to address this very important subject of plastics. I know quite a lot of work was done around the development of the plastic management policy and other allied policies and strategies of the government. So I would like you to tell us the key intervention areas that government is doing over the years and plans to do, and some of the critical challenges that government itself is confronted with this issue, and potential areas that you will want to see for more collaboration from any of the institutions that you think will be very critical in addressing this issue. Madam, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Nana, good afternoon. Colleague, stakeholders in the protection of the ocean. I will say that my ministry is very privileged to be here to share what we have and to learn also from our various experts as to the way forward. I'm happy a recycler is here, who is an engineer as well in the waste management space. To go directly to give these introductory remarks, I think for a point of information, I want to put it forward that indeed the plastic policy for Ghana, the national plastic policy, is in the bosom of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. And I'll stress the innovation because of the added value that we envision to put on the plastics. We all know that plastics or plastic on its own, or on their own, is not a bad thing, but it's the way we have failed to appreciate the harm that it can do to the environment, and most importantly, for our theme today, the ocean. With the plastics that get into our water bodies and the oceans, I think some of them are self-inflicted, some are from our nation, from our neighborhoods, from our communities, but most importantly, we also have the global problem of plastics that move around the oceans. As the waves toss and move, they move with the plastics. So that is also an area that we should look at. But as the saying goes, you should concern yourself with your own. Because as we clear, others will come in. But if we manage to treat and recycle what we generate on land, I think ours will not flow back into our oceans to cause problems for us. One key point in the plastic policy, or one key challenge, was tossing the idea of whether to ban plastics or not. And the decision was not to ban, but to find ways and means of collecting, managing, recycling where possible, and also to make sure we keep a tab on what to import and what not to import. And I'm happy there's a rep from EPA. I would have loved to have a rep from the Ministry of Environment to also shed some light on the operationalization of the policy. With regard to my ministry, to be specific, I think it's all part of our policies to manage our waste. If you look at the pie chart we have, our waste mainly is organic. 62% is organic. Per the data I have in the ministry, only 17% of our waste is plastic. Or plastics form 17% of the waste. We annually generate 7.2 million tons of waste nationally. And as I said, and to repeat, 17% is plastics. What do we do with this 17%? We have the PET, the bottle types, we have these bottles that Baltic and other producers use. We also have these sachet water that people use. We also have packaging in these, and we also have these colored plastics. They all form part of the plastics that we are faced with. And we will call it a menace when we do not collect effectively, when we do not treat or recycle effectively. Then it becomes a chunk and a bother to all of us. And like I said, it's not at the national level only that we need to tackle this issue. It should start from the local communities. And there was a statement once by the UN, it was the theme for a UN celebration. And it said, local solutions to local problems. I believe when we decentralize all these things to the local level, we can effectively manage it. We are clamoring to have recycling plants or mini plants in every assembly. I think we've discussed, he used to be the dean of the assemblymen and women, of the MCs, etc. And we have tossed around this idea of having plastic recycling in all the assemblies. And a pilot is being considered. In fact, 3 ministries are handling this: MESTI, Sanitation and Water Resources, as well as Local Government and Rural Development. We've had a series of meetings, and I think we have crystallized this idea
of having effective piloting to see whether these things can be replicated around the country. Secondly, we also have this pilot project that we have executed effectively with MESTI from using waste to generate energy. We've succeeded in doing that, and it's in Jankoba in the Ashanti region. They have generated the power and they are using it within the catchment area. So I'll pause here. I think we have a lot to discuss in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very, very much, Madam Minister. I will get back to you again as a follow-up question. And you recognize right even from the start of the program, one of the key areas that was identified as the key barrier to the fight against the protection of the ocean health was also about the issue of limited, I will not say lack, but limited coordination among ministries. I know you are doing quite well with Ministry of Environment and a number of things that you have mentioned, but it appears it's still an issue. How can we be able to address this lack of or limited coordination among government agencies to be able to address this very important subject matter as we speak?
If I understood you well, are you saying there is not an effective coordination?
The studies seems to suggest there is some lack or some lack of effective coordination among government agencies, government ministries, and all stakeholders in this ecosystem of plastics or in the fight against the ocean, the protection of the oceans itself. That was one of the key points that came out from that study.
Okay. I believe what I'm seeing is maybe we need some more improvement in the area. Otherwise, we are effectively coordinating. You know, some of these, we are even coordinating with the Ministry of Tourism and Culture, because the beach fronts, you know, that's where our tourists love to visit. So we liaise with the assemblies. We know what they should do to give these contracts to the private sector. What I didn't stress on is the collaboration between our ministries, various ministries, and the private sector, vis-a-vis all these projects that we have in mind. I believe strongly that with the participation of the private sector, we will succeed. We cannot do it without the private sector, you know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Then I'll go back to our private sector, that government cannot do that alone. It requires enormous support from the private sector. So I would like to hear from you, Flora. Global brands like yours, what are some of the interventions that you are doing in the past now, and even for your future plans in terms of helping to address this plastic maintenance issue? And how can those tools or project designs be applied across all industry widely?
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. We see water stewardship, and you call it the plastic menace, as two sides of the same coin. In the opening address, I quite resonated with what Dr. Eugene also said, and his call to action for all of us was, we really need to start addressing our relationship with the oceans, because we've got a role of water stewardship, which is a role all of us have. And on the other side of the coin is plastics. Now, plastics are undeniably part of our everyday lives, right? It makes sense hygienically, it's affordable, it's light. However, it does find itself into the ocean, and it does cause a problem where our relationship with the oceans are concerned, because our relationship is to safeguard the oceans. Because for anything else, a lot of the oxygen that we have on Earth is actually coming from the oceans. So how are we addressing this as the private sector and as a producer of PET bottles, as the Honorable Minister has already said? First, we've got an SDG goal that we adopted as part of the Coca-Cola company, which says that we will recycle. For every bottle that we sell, we'll recycle a bottle by 2030. In Ghana, we are well on track to get to achieving our 2020 goal, which is to recycle 100% of the PET that we put out. And how are we doing this? Part of what we are doing is I invite you to take a walk on the Legon campus, and you will see no less than 40 bins where we are effectively collecting plastic waste for recycling. Another example is the petroleum stations that we've partnered with across the country. At a lot of them, you'll find bins where we invite you to put in your plastic waste, your bottles. We also have a separate bins for sachet so that we can collect them. We've partnered with multiple recycling companies across the country so that we can ensure that this recycling happens. However, for me, and the Honorable Minister said is something very, very important just now, is local solutions for local problems. And it starts with all of us in our homes where we are using and consuming plastics every day. You know, and I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand, and I'm not going to do it myself, but in all our homes we use plastics, and we need to start recycling at the source. Local solutions for local problems. I think that's a very, very powerful statement that she made, and we resonate a lot with that. Hence our goal to ensure that we recycle 100% of what we sell by 2030, and we can only do it with the assistance of everybody in the room and everybody else that is not here today.
Thank you very much. And I'll go to Dr. Christina Asare. As Government Regulator Enforcement Agency, we would like to hear from you as well the kind of systems or tools that are put in place in order to address the plastic pollution issue that we are currently having discussion on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, Doctor. Nana, good afternoon. I would like to say that it looks, one thing I've learned here is that it looks as if our National Plastic Management Policy, like our Honorable Minister said, we need to do more dissemination and let people know that it exists. In fact, I'm holding a photocopy of it here, and it actually exists, and it was done in March 2020 by our ministry. And it was done with a lot of stakeholder engagements, and it actually looks at the positives. I would like to, as a lawyer, I always like to quote directly from the source. I would like to start by saying that in this plastic management policy, it states that 82% of the plastics that we use in Ghana can be recycled. So we can recycle them. And it also goes on to say that this constitutes about 1 million tons, the plastics that is generated in Ghana to our landfills. And it goes on further to say that if we are able to get the private sector involved, get, you know, businesses to start, green businesses to start around plastics, we can actually get 2 billion Ghana cedis a year. So it's not all negative, but it is the interventions that we are putting in place as government. For me, I think this is something that is very attractive to, you know, young startups, and there are a lot of examples that we have in the system. We have people who are using these plastics by recycling them into bags. I think we all know about trashy bags. They started so many years ago using the waste that was being generated by fan milk. And they've gone ahead, and now when you see their bags, it's actually improved from the first ones that they had. They are very durable, and it's more for exports, and a lot of people buy it. There are others who have used these plastics to mold building blocks. How do we promote these things? Some are using it for roads. In fact, if you come to the frontage, as you enter Mesty and EPA, that road there was made from plastic blocks. We wanted to find out how durable it was, so we gave him a contract. And it's still very good. I think it's about 6-7 years now. It's still very good. So
we have people who are going into recycling, upscaling plastics. Plastics are being used for artwork. There is a bus stop at Jowulu that has, plastics have been used to construct it. And it's so beautiful. That company has done a very good job. But then how do we sustain these companies? How do we get the financial sector to actually assist them? What EPA does is to give them technical advice. We have a cleanup production center where we try to let people understand that plastic wastes can be reused. And we point people to areas where they can get these plastic wastes so that whatever business they are starting is, can be sustainable. Another thing we do is we support the international, regional, and national processes when it comes to plastics. For example, with the oceans, the blue economy, EPA has been a part of it. With our mother ministry, we have supported the efforts to ensure that there's a lot of, awareness created, because this is part of our mandate. When you look at our Act 490, you realize that what it talks about is that EPA collaborates, coordinates, and that's what we tend to do. So we have a lot of intersectorial activities with our different stakeholders, as the NGOs. For example, World Environment Day is coming on the 5th, and what we are doing is that we are partnering with schools, and we are partnering with an NGO. I see Malik here, and what we've done is that he has actually gotten some funding to sew bags that are made out of cloth. And this is something that we are educating the school children on, so that they buy these bags, or we give it to them free. It's 2 cedis a bag. They can use these bags for buying their wache, their cocoa, everything that they want to buy, instead of getting the plastics. We've realized that education is key, and that is one of the things in this policy. It talks about the behavioral patterns of people and how it will take some time to change. What we are doing is environmental education. We've actually formulated a source book for the Ministry of Education. We did it with the Ministry of Education, and what we've done is that that source book actually has issues with recycling, how to reuse plastic at the basic level, from basic school to JSHS3. And so these are some of the ways that we are looking to sort of assist the Ghanaian populace to understand that there is really, it's not about banning single-use plastics when people don't understand it. Because I remember the example of Kenya, where they've banned single-use plastics. But then when you go to the rural areas, they are still using it. It's a process. So Ghana decided through this policy that we would rather embark on education, assist NGOs, assist industry, so that they can actually practice this issue of recycling, upscaling plastics, reuse, so that as we go along, we can actually get people to understand and phase out the use of these single-use plastics. So these are a few. I don't want to go on. We have quite a lot that we are doing, but I'm sure as we contribute.
Thank you very much. I will come back to you again, but even before that, I would like to hear from Mr. Emmanuel Nati. I mean, there are quite a lot of policy frameworks, as was mentioned by the minister, and other regulatory systems or tools that are put in place, as was also mentioned by Dr. Christina Asare. But we still find the plastics get into our oceans. And as I indicated earlier, about 250,000 tons gets into our oceans. Why is it the case? Are you able to tell us in your work, what are some of the experiences? What is it that you are doing to be able to address this issue, and some of the challenges that you face as a private sector in the waste management sector? Mr. Emmanuel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and to the distinguished panelists. Today we are discussing the plastic menace, an existential threat to the oceans, and the role of the private sector in it. It has come up that in the course of human development, the number one villain in creating this problem, ironically, is the human being, the one who's supposed to be of the highest intelligence. And in the course of developing economically, we have concentrated on the extractive industry, production, distribution, and consumption without paying particular attention to the byproducts, what is left, which nobody values, and then we claim to be waste. In Ghana here, and as a private sector player trying to make money, because in the private sector we would want at the end of the day to make some profit. We are working within the existing policy regulatory framework through the National Environmental Sanitation Policy, which opens a window for the private sector to also bring to bear private capital, experience, skills, and work, and make some profit. Now, the form of relationship that the private sector has with the state agencies is through public-private partnerships. And then our mode of funding is based on the polluter pays principle. We have concession areas that have been assigned for the private sector to operate. And within the terms and conditions of agreement, we have clauses that enjoin us to bring to bear innovation into the space. There are challenges, the major ones being the distances to the landfill site, the cost of investment that goes into it, the compliance, the enforcement of bylaws, awareness. I mentioned that out of ignorance, we say waste has no value. Now, in order to survive, if we should depend only on looking at the color of the money at the end of the day, without factoring into what we do, the environmental cost, then the sustainability issues, adding value and innovation on our own, there's not going to be any success at all. Now, at Jekora Ventures, we are known for our pioneering role in waste segregation at source as a way of building resilience into waste valorization. That open-ended system where we have waste coming in, that also gives the opportunity to close the loop and create circularity. Now, waste segregation at source, we think is a sine qua non, so that we can supply quality feedstock to already existing companies, large companies within the plastic industry. If we are looking at creating a sustainable business, then it means the products that should come out must compete favorably and be regulated by economic market forces, supply, demand, underpinned by pricing. So if you are to create products out of contaminated waste, obviously there are technologies that can clean it and you get your products, but will it be able to compete favorably on the market and create sustainable businesses? So in the recent past, there's a new crop of SMEs coming up with the focus on creating a paradigm shift, making business out of the waste, so that we can create employment and there will be positive impact on ecological balance, on climate change, and most of the challenges of pollution that the ocean is faced with, it was said that we live in a water world. The 10% of the most intelligent species of humanity on the land, by inappropriate methods of disposing waste, which, as part of which the plastics end up in the ocean. If we're able to extract them and then create businesses out of it, we'll be going a long way in arresting the already deplorable situation, and then adding on to it, we'll be able to also preserve our primary resources, which is in the extractive industry, and then also impact positively on climate change. At Jacora Ventures, we want to position ourselves to become
waste brokers, supplying quality feedstock, both organic, paper, plastics, and other waste segregated at source to feed the industry. I think one major challenge that we must emphasize on is to break the negative attitudes of our compatriots towards scientific ways of managing waste in the system. We seem to reside in an environment which is very conducive for easy survival, and therefore we take for granted a lot of things that we do. It said also that money, which is the medium of exchange of values.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nati. I mean, going back to you again, I mean, you made a very good point about segregation at source. And even before coming here, I had to interact with a number of people to really be able to understand the specific questions I need to ask the waste management services companies. And one of the questions that I had from them was the fact that they make attempts to segregate their waste at source from their households, from their businesses. But anytime you come around, not you in particular, but the waste management service companies, they lump all of them together. And it's not encouraging them to segregate the waste at source. Is it a case of lack of infrastructure to be able to accommodate waste when it's segregated from source? But of course, we heard from Nanaya from Fidelity Bank, who made it very clear that they have enough resources financing for programs. Is it the case that your business models are not attractive enough, or you don't have infrastructure to be able to accommodate such aggregations when they are segregated at source? What is the real issue?
Well, segregating waste at source and the business model surrounding circularity involves a lot of investment. And like you rightly said, the existence of infrastructure is quite key. Civil infrastructure, waste management is also localized in the communities. The waste is generated within the communities. So if you want to segregate at source, first you must understand the dynamics in the space, the mode of generation. It's a scientific way, and there scientific studies have been done. For example, in commercial areas, in big companies, in first-class residential areas, people have got the space. Those who generate a lot of volumes, they also have an interest in reducing the cost of waste collection. So it's very easy for them to do the segregation at source. When you go into the slums, communities within the third-class areas, sometimes they are even competing for space to put the different color-coded bins that are supposed to be there. So a different model has to be designed for that, and you need spaces within the communities to create buyback centers so that people who have been able to segregate their waste at source can bring it to you for a fee, or to sell it to you. That way, you'll be able to aggregate and then feed it into the industrial symbiosis that is necessary to share the cost of developing waste valorization systems. Another challenge, I think you mentioned the cost involved. What we do, the fees that we charge on the basis of the franchising system, those fees, most of them are not cost recovery. They are imposed by the municipalities. And in fixing those fees, the main consideration is ability to pay. Meanwhile, the technologies that are used, even when it comes to the open-ended system where you just use trucks to transport and send away, the equipment are imported, dollar-based, the distances are far, and if I must give some examples, somebody, let's say in Accra, sending your waste to Instagram around distance of 94 kilometers on a monthly basis, collecting 4 times in a month, the third class area is supposed to pay 30 cedis. 30 cedis cannot even buy 1 gallon of diesel. The commercial areas, they are supposed to pay 171 cedis. But that's 171 cedis. It's also not able to cross-subsidize for you to break even. In the mean, if everybody is to pay cost recovery fees, currently we should be talking about every household paying about 170 or 190 cedis. And you can imagine what impact it would have on the low-income areas. This is where the funding model that has to come in must be innovative. We must look at the public good aspects, and then we should also look at gaps within delivering quality services across board for everybody. The policy and then state agencies, together with the private sector, must be able to sit together and calculate the unit cost, let's say, of transporting 1 ton of waste to the final disposal site, or transforming 1 ton of waste into another product, doing the costing properly so that we can identify the gaps and then depend or sell these ideas to the financial institutions, because they wanted to know what social impact it's going to have. These impacts are not tangible, and you cannot put pen and paper to it. But there are sciences now leveraging on the academic researchers to calculate this, and then it must be agreed across board. The space must also be opened up for competition so that we can tailor-make solutions to fit the different demographic needs of all the various communities that make up Ghana.
Thank you very much for your response. Flora, I mean, your colleague from the private sector, the other side of the private sector, mentioned of the old age principle of polluter pays principle. I mean, and as the minister rightly mentioned, that as a country, we are not intending to completely close the tap for plastic production. Do you think that as part of the polluter pays principle, or probably also holding the large-scale consumers of plastics or generation of plastics, do you think the extended producer responsibility principle can potentially be a viable policy tool to be able to address that?
Thank you. First, let me support what my colleague has just said about separation and segregation. I think separation also starts with a type of waste. You know, so when we speak about separation, the ask is not to go out there and start having 5, 6 bins. It's to start with one type that you can identify where the cost makes sense, etc. And then where the question comes from of our responsibility as producers, definitely I agree with that. That's part of why we've got a goal to recycle all the bottles that we put out there. We believe that the waste problem is a collective problem that we all have that we need to solve. And we also believe that in recycling and ensuring that plastic gets more than one life, we also need to look at education and necessity. So, for example, there's a lot of markets where it's necessary to have straws, however, they've changed a form, and they're now a lot more biodegradable. In the same sense, like I said earlier, plastic is an undeniable part of our everyday lives. However, is it necessary to have the neck sleeves, for example, as part of the packaging process? Because that adds to the plastic waste. You know, once you've sealed the bottle, where does the education go to in ensuring that as a producer, I've ensured that one, I protect the relationship I have with the water body, which is our oceans, and two, I'm ensuring that in my recycling process down the line, I'm not putting out products into the market that are not going to be able to be recycled, one, and that are not necessary to be put out there. And that's hence the example of the neck sleeve and the example of the straws. I think we
Definitely have a part to play, especially as producers. And lastly, for me, we have to continuously look at more sustainable packaging and ensuring that whatever we use for packaging by 2030 is also 100% recyclable. In a lot of the markets that the Coca-Cola company is operating in, we've already started our campaign on Let's Be Clear, which is really about removing the color from the bottle of Sprite. And that campaign is coming to Ghana soon. So we want to ensure that it's recyclable. It's a lot easier to recycle a bottle that looks like the bottles we have in front of us versus a bottle that's dark green, for example. So we are taking that responsibility upon ourselves as producers to ensure that we take our responsibility seriously in whatever we put out into the market, and we ensure that we continuously look at sustainable methods of packaging.
Thank you very much. I would want to go back to the regulator again. Regulation is very key, and enforcement of regulations are quite also very key in the fight against the plastic menace. Last year, February, there were discussions around by the UN Environment Assembly to agree on a global treaty on plastics. And I mean, discussions are currently ongoing as we even speak today on how to have the draft or mechanism that can be put in place to have the draft ready by 2024. And one of the key elements of the draft documents that many nations of the Consultative Assembly discussion is the whole issue of putting a cap on plastics, and probably on certain specific chemicals as well. So I want to hear from you from the regulator perspective. What do you make of it, and how ready are we to be able to contribute to that global discussions as well?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. On that, I think I touched on it earlier. Countries are looking at different ways on ensuring that this plastic ban does come on. However, what we've realized as different countries, because different countries have different realities, and so what we've realized is that it's important that we have a policy that guides this. We have a date by which we feel we would have worked the process up to the point where we think people have understood what we mean when we say we ban plastics. Because if you just go out and you go today and you say, okay, we ban plastics, as a regulator, it would be wonderful for us. However, is that sustainable? We've got to look at all the pillars of sustainability. What is going to happen to those industries that, manufacture plastics? How can we rather assist them to use more sustainable materials rather than the plastics that they are using? How do we educate them to understand that they may have to phase out what they're doing now and go into new areas? This takes time. And we can't just, because we are regulating this, say, okay, that we're banning plastics. But what we think is, we need to give time. Education is key. If people stop being so dependent, because what we realized is when we were young, our mothers would go to the market with baskets woven from cane. Now, we the modern women, we call ourselves, we don't go, we always use plastic bags. But you realize that now people are using a lot of tote bags, which are made from material, the jute bags. People are using those tote bags to go to the market more and more. And you realize that even in the market, they have these biodegradable bags that people are now using. So as a regulator, we believe it's more of education. It's so important that people understand why it is so important that these plastics at the end, we use them for either something sustainable, like things that people can reuse them, because I know some people are making containers out of the waste of plastics. I know Zoom Lion is also molding dustbins out of recycled plastics. Okay, they don't last as long as the new ones, but hey, they're good. And they are cheaper,
So these are the kinds of things that we are looking at, and this is the opinion that we have. In Ghana, we are you asked whether we were ready to contribute to this international discussion, and we do go to the international level and have negotiations.